Looks like we do have a quorum. So Doug, if you'd like to begin the meeting, and I will just want to remind everyone to, because we're meeting remotely, to in WebEx, to kind of mute yourself, and then when you're ready to speak, feel free to unmute, and but remember, please, to say your name before you speak. We'll get going here. We are meeting remotely today because the open meeting law has been suspended due to COVID. So that is why we are meeting in this sort of remote venue. Okay, take it away, Chairman. Hi, Doug. I think you're muted. If you could unmute yourself. Oh, looks like the chairman has left the meeting. Maybe he had some connectivity problems. Okay. We're going to just hold for a moment then, since our chairman been kicked out of WebEx. So let's just, we'll hold. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's Kathy Howe. We do have a quorum, but again, our chairman has been bounced off of WebEx, so we're just going to wait a little bit until he can get back into WebEx. So just sit tight. Thank you.
Hello, Kathy?
Yes, is that Doug?
This is Doug. We have had a power outage in the building that I'm in.
Okay.
Just as the meeting was about to start, my computer turned off and will not come back on. Okay, my phone is just turning back on now. I
Okay.
apologize for the delay and for the silence. It took me a little while to realize that I should call in and try to tell you what's going on.
All right, well, you're coming through loud and clear. So as we said, we do have a quorum.
Okay, fantastic.
So I will leave it in your able hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for the hiccup here. And so we will call the meeting to order. I have 10:07 a.m. on my timepiece here. I am the chair of the State Board for Historic Preservation, Douglas Pirelli. I want to welcome everyone to the 189th meeting being held at Peebles Island Auditorium in Waterford, New York. The open meetings law is still suspended, so we have participants in the House and also people participating remotely through WebEx. I want to send out a special welcome to Commissioner Kulisade, thank him for his attendance, and we look forward to his remarks. I want to thank also the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation, specifically the Historic Preservation Program staff and administration for all that you do to get these forms together so that we can hold this meeting. And I hope that Kathy, you will introduce your staff when we get to the point where we're going to start to review nomination forms. Okay, we have our call to order. We will now move into the roll call. I'm going to call the roll for the State Review Board, and I'm asking people to please introduce themselves and briefly describe their role on the New York State Review Board for Historic Preservation. I'll begin with myself. I'm Douglas Pirelli, current chair of the board. I am a clinical assistant professor of archaeology in the anthropology department at the University of Buffalo. I direct the archaeological survey there, and I also serve as a board member for the New York Archaeological Council. My role on the State Review Board is that of an archaeologist, and the board composition includes 2 archaeologists. I'm going to move down the line and call the rest of the board members, beginning with Wint Aldrich.
Wint Aldrich, I'm the former Deputy Commissioner for Historic Preservation at State Parks, and I hope I qualify as an historian on the board.
I'm sure you do. Moving next to Carol Clark. Carol Clark. Is Carol there and maybe muted? I can't see anything.
She is on the line, but she is muted right now.
All right, we'll come back to Carol. Kristen Herron is absent. She's the program director for architecture, design, and museums for the New York Council on the Arts, and she had a busy schedule and could not join us today. Moving next to Jay DiLorenzo.
Hi, J.D. Lorenzo. I'm the president of the Preservation League of New York State.
Fantastic. Jennifer Lemack.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jennifer Lemack. I'm the Chief Curator of History at the New York State Museum and serve as the Commissioner of Education's proxy.
Fantastic. Wayne Goodman.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Wayne Goodman. I'm the Executive Director for the Landmark Society of Western New York in Rochester.
Excellent. Gretchen Soren. I believe Gretchen is also going to be in and out today. She had a family emergency that she had to attend to. Brian Irwin. Another person who may be in and out and had a prior meeting, so I know he was going to be a few minutes late to this, so he may not have logged in yet. I don't know if you can tell that from the screen there. And Chuck Vandry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chuck Vandry. I'm an archaeologist and the Historic Preservation Officer for the Department of Environmental Conservation, and I hold the proxy for Commissioner Basil Sagos.
Excellent. Thank you, Chuck. Okay, Carol Clark, are you unmuted and available?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Great. I'm
Yes.
sorry about that. I'm an adjunct professor at Columbia University and at Pratt Institute, where I teach historic preservation to graduate students. And I'm also working on a chapter in a book about a preservation advocate named George McEnany.
Fantastic. Thank you, Carol. Okay, with the understanding that Brian Irwin is going to be attending a portion of this meeting. Currently in attendance are 9 board members, which is a quorum, so we're okay there. Next on our agenda is the approval of prior.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr.
Oh my
Chairman,
gosh,
this is Erica Krieger.
Erica Krieger, forgive me.
Yes, that's okay. My name is Erica Krieger. I'm an architect with the Department of State Division of Building Standards and Codes, and I am representing Secretary Rodriguez.
Thank you, Erica. Apologies again.
It's okay.
All right, now we have 10, which is an even better quorum.
Yeah, correction, Doug, we have, in attendance right now, we have a total of 8 in attendance. So that is a quorum.
Fantastic. That's what's important. I appreciate that. Okay, moving now to approval of prior meeting minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes to consider. The minutes of December 2021, March 2022, and June 2022. Beginning with the December 2021 minutes, is there any corrections or comments about that? If there are none, we will need a motion to approve. And before we do that, I just want to remind everyone about the voting method for online meetings. Following a motion and a second, there will be a call for any board members that are opposed or abstaining. If there are none, then the motion will carry by unanimous consent. All right, so back to the approval of the December 2021 meeting minutes. Do I hear a motion to approve?
This is Erica. I'll move.
Do I have a second?
This is Carol. I'll second.
Anyone opposed or abstaining from a vote to approve the December 2021 minutes? There being none, it carries by unanimous consent. March 2022 minutes. We've all had these in our inboxes and a chance to review them. Any questions or comments about the March 2022 minutes? Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll move. This is Wind.
And a second?
I'll second. This is Wayne.
Fantastic. Anyone opposed or abstaining from the approval of the March 2022 meeting minutes? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent. June 2022, questions or comments, corrections for the June 2022 meeting minutes? Or a motion to approve?
This is Jay.
I'll move. It's Erica.
All right, Erica and Jay with the second. Anyone opposed or
Yes.
abstaining? Someone's opposed or abstaining? Okay, I didn't hear any, so there are none. The motion carries by unanimous consent, and we have approved the 3 prior meeting minutes. Next on the agenda, a warm welcome to Eric Kulisade, Commissioner.
Okay, yeah, this is Kathy Howe again. Yep. The commissioner has been called away because there was a fire drill at 625 Broadway. So hopefully he'll be back in the building and we'll get him on a little bit later. So I think at this point, let's roll right into our deputy commissioner's report given by Daniel McKay. Thank you. So Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you and good morning. And please, no one pull the alarm here.
Yeah,
that would be disruptive. It's really, the Division for Historic Preservation has been really quite busy since our June meeting. There is no rest on the calendar for the SHPO and Bureau staff. All programs really are functioning at a very consistent level with past years. Tax credit, National Register, obviously, I think you've seen the agenda items begin to tick up again. Compliance reviews, what perhaps the most notable compliance review we're involved in right now is out at the proposed, to be constructed new Bills Stadium out in Erie County. Very pleased that Empire State Development is working closely with our office and DEC to coordinate effectively and efficiently with tribal representatives who have concerns about potential archaeological impacts at the new stadium site. So it's been a busy summer for us. We are, our staff is under basically a requirement to, be in place 50% of time, work from home up to 50% time. But really nice to see staff that is here now more consistently than any point in the past 2 years. Just the energy, the conversation, the ability to stay up to date has been very, I appreciate it. I think other staff does too. I want to take a portion of my remarks today and dedicate them to federal grants that this agency and the division are pursuing. There are several of note. Some are new. There's new information about one program in particular, an update about the Paul Broun program. So the National Park Service has established a semi-quincentennial grant program. They established that program in 2020 to support the preservation of state-owned sites and structures listed on the National Register of Historic Places that commemorate the founding of the nation. So this is a series of grants that will probably be available over the next 10 years, specifically awarded to state preservation offices for capital improvements, interpretive upgrades at state-owned historic sites with a connection to the nation's founding history. New York State received its first award in this funding cycle. $500,000 were dedicated to capital projects at Fort Ontario out in Western New York in Niagara County. That $500,000 will be overmatched by agency funds to undertake masonry restoration at the fort, including the French castle structure, the North Redoubt, the South Redoubt, and sections of the fort's casemates. So we're very pleased that in year one, we had a successful application, and the next application round we will need to apply by December 6th, 2022, and DHP and Bureau staff are beginning the process of evaluating candidate projects within the agency capital plan to be a focal point for that December application. The application amount, the award amount will increase to $750,000 in this next funding cycle. So we hope to bring even more federal funds to the agency's reservoir sites next year. Some of you are familiar with the National Park Service National Maritime Heritage Grant Program. This is a program that funds maritime history, capital investment projects, interpretive upgrade projects around the country. It has been centrally administered by the National Park Service to date. They announced quite unexpectedly and I would say with poor communication to the state preservation offices around the country that there is a significant shift in program format. The NPS is now requiring that state preservation offices apply to NPS for these funds. So suddenly what would have been a national applicant pool is going to be restricted to awards to 4 different states and regrants to an applicant pool restricted to those 4 states. New York State in the former program format often led the nation in terms of the number of awarded projects. These would be museumship restorations, interpretive upgrades, and given the amount of shoreline and maritime history in this state, we saw projects, awarded funding in the Great Lakes, Lake Champlain, Long Island Sound, New York Harbor, Hudson River, etc. So many state preservation offices were caught by surprise, were caught mid-budget year, were caught without staffing capacity to apply for these funds. I'm very pleased to report that with the Commissioner's approval, with the staffing capacity developed here at the Division for Historic Preservation, particularly in Dan McEnany's former unit, that we have decided to undertake an application for these funds. We are applying for the maximum of $750,000 in capital program grants, $75,000 in interpretive program grants. We will be allowed and do intend to reserve, if awarded funds, reserve amounts for an interpretive project within the park system and a capital project within the park system. We have selected restoration, making a contribution to the restoration of Barcelona Lighthouse out in Westfield, New York. That's a state park with the first natural gas lit lighthouse in the country, constructed in 1829. That lighthouse is a centerpiece of that state park on the Lake Erie shoreline. Again, applying for the maximum in both program categories. That deadline is later this month, and Kathy Howe has led a significant effort to prepare a draft nomination, a draft application that will go in later this month once finalized. The board has heard about the agency's receipt, the division's receipt of Paul Brune Rural Revitalization Grant Program funds 2 years ago. In the, I guess it was the second application round for Paul Brune grants. I'm sorry, it actually was the first. We were awarded $750,000 to re-grant, specifically within the Genesee Valley region. We have concluded sort of review and ranking of the second and final round of grant awards for that project, and are expecting that we will be announcing those awards this fall, somewhat imminently. Kathy, if you have a date, shout it out. But we're very pleased that we have reached the second round of that re-grant process, and are quite, certainly the first round awards will be impactful, and they're getting, construction and utilization of those awards is actually getting underway this year in the field. It's also worth noting that while we did not submit an application for Paul Brune grant funding in the most recent application round, Adirondack Architectural Heritage up in Essex was awarded by the National Park Service $750,000 for them to administer a re-grant program specific to rural revitalization and historic preservation in the Adirondacks. So congrats to them, and great to see these federal funds being aggressively used in New York State. I want to run through some promotions and new hires. As the board knows, we have reestablished, we have renewed a senior staff team here at the Division for Historic Preservation. The appointments and those appointments and hires were all sort of internal movements within the division, and thus created vacancies, behind them in the archaeology unit, in the National Register and Survey unit, in the compliance units, et cetera. In the community engagement unit. I'm very pleased that the agency has allocated fills for us to begin the process of backfilling those vacancies at the unit management level. And I want to announce to the board today that Chelsea Towers, who has been 4 years in the National Registry unit, and we met her through her presentations and technical support role, has accepted the position of coordinator for the National Register and Survey unit. As you know, it's a critical role for the agency. She will oversee our largest staffed unit, and that unit is often the first point of contact for many of our offices' SHPO functions. Chelsea's been with the agency for 4 years. She has demonstrated a calm and keen presence in the work of the unit, and we look forward to her ability to support and evolve the unit in her new management role. Chelsea has an undergraduate degree from Hobart William Smith and a master's in preservation from Roger Williams, just for some of her academic qualifications. Also of note, Christina Valjogi has accepted the position leading the community engagement unit. This is the unit that Dan McEnany once led. Christina previously has served in this unit for several years now, and recent significant roles include managing our application and reporting for the Historic Preservation Fund, our federal funding source, oversight of the launch of the Historic Business Legacy Program. She reported on that to this board earlier this year, and developing the homeowner tax credit program's DocuSign portal, which means less paperwork, both on the applicant and administrative side here. This unit will continue to oversee initiation and administration regarding our federal grants, undertake special projects, and administer the Historic Homeowner Tax Credit Program. Christina has an undergraduate degree from Union College and a master's in preservation from Columbia University. The final promotion to announce in this round, Oscar Hassel, is perhaps a bit out of sight to the board, but a key member of our staff. Administrative support role is critical to the success of the tax credit and National Register units. He facilitates all paperwork and notifications with NPS, as well as federal and state legislators. He will be supporting the agency's interface with National Park Service as the Park Service moves to digital submissions for the federal tax credit program. So we're very pleased. Oscar's been just such a quietly critical part of our program, and we're so pleased that he has taken another step in terms of responsibilities and title. I have been teasing you for several meetings with the imminent arrival of new staff in the Bureau of Historic Sites Conservation Unit. I can now formally report their arrival was pending as we last met in June, but Paige Schmidt has joined us as Wooden Objects and Furniture Conservator. She comes to the Bureau from a position as Assistant Objects Conservator at the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia. She has her master's in conservation from SUNY Buffalo State College, and prior to working at the Mariners Museum, held internships at a number of locations in Europe, as well as the Frick Collection in New York City, the Alaska State Museum, and Colonial Williamsburg Foundation. We're very pleased to have her on staff. She's getting her lab retooled, and we're looking forward to her digging into work. An additional hire in the conservation lab is Lauren Ross. She is a bench-trained conservator of frames and gilded objects, 22 years of experience at the Baltimore Museum of Art. Lauren holds a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree from Maryland Institute College of Art, received specialized training from various recognized training programs, national and international, in Oslo, Mount Carroll, Illinois, some microclimate technology for panel paintings in Maastricht, Netherlands, chemistry for conservators through a project in the UK. A really intriguing international resume. We're very pleased that she has restaffed one of our longest vacant conservator positions, and both of these staff have relocated to New York State to take these positions. I think that says something important about our work product, our reputation in the field, and we're pleased with that. One final new hire, Anya Leader-Nagy, has begun working in the Bureau of Community Preservation Services in the title of Historic Preservation Communications Specialist. You have not heard that title here before. She will revamp the division's public and internal media presence for both our State Preservation Office, Bureau of Historic Sites, and our outside, in the field historic site functions. This will be the first time that we have had a dedicated staff member to steer the divisions in the Bureau's public affairs messaging. Anya joins us from the Albany Institute of History and Art, where she served as Director of Community Engagement. She covered a wide range of public relations and marketing responsibilities over 8 years for one of upstate New York's most influential cultural institutions. So very pleased to share those details about three deeply valued positions and new staff members. Three retirements to note: James Finelli, who has been visible in front of this board with overseeing survey and National Register nominations here in the Capital Region. He has left for an opportunity in the private sector, so we wish him well, but that's a position we will need to refill. Mary Betelgeski is the Bureau's painting conservator. She has retired after 31 years of service to the Bureau of Historic Sites. Very pleased that travel is both in her immediate and long-range plans, but she will be a challenging person to replace. But I suppose the opportunity is that we will have a continuing renewal of staff and energy and accreditation in the conservation labs. And so that will be a priority to fill for us. And finally, Jim Stickle, who was a registration technician in the collections management unit, transferred to a position at the Division of Budget. So all three of those, as well as some additional items, are fill, our staff, restaffing priorities for us. We're in communication with other parts of the agency to advance, get permission to restaff and renew those positions and others. I will leave off with just some very quick updates about the historic site network. Phillips Manor Hall, which has been closed since June 2021, will reopen in October 2022. The site in Yonkers, New York, downtown Yonkers, New York, has received a $15 million plus exterior and interior restoration and the installation of 2,800 square feet of permanent exhibits. The exhibits reflect the agency's Overhaul history initiative and tell a much more inclusive and expansive story about the Native Americans, the enslaved Africans, the tenant farmers who were all interacting with the Phillips family as that family arrived from the Netherlands, established its economic status in the lower Hudson Valley, and so on. So we are thrilled. The previews that some staff at the agency have had of the exhibits have been very moving. My one visit there 2 weeks ago, I just was stunned with what the agency has invested and created there. Doug, I just want to leave a footnote with you that I do think that would be a wonderful site for an off-site meeting of the State Review Board. This facility is fully ready to host the board in a renovated community space. And I think we would love to profile the commitment, the funding, and the upgrades, the new staff that is featured there. But this has been a 18 to 20 month effort that has really asked so much of staff at the Bureau, conservation, collections, interpretation. It's a stunning achievement for the agency. I think we can be very proud of what this represents in terms of a new age of interpretation and commitment to the state historic site system. So we hope to bring the board there. Two other quick updates. Claremont State Historic Site in Germantown in the Hudson Valley has received an exhibit overhaul that is at this point just waiting for a few electronic items to arrive after supply chain issues, but a very nice upgrade of exhibits there, again, following the Overhaul history requirements. That site is also finishing up a master planning process that will leave the site in very good standing for the next 15 to 20 years. And then we are launching a new master planning process at John Brown Farm State Historic Site up in Lake Placid and the Adirondacks. And that's a critical effort. Generally, it's being closely coordinated with DEC, the unit management plan requirements. That effort will help guide investments and ambitions shared between the agency, the Bureau, the division, the site, and the Friends group at the site. But I think it's a critically important coordinating document to put all of us on the same page and with the same understanding about some of the particular regulatory challenges up within the park, Adirondack Park. So I will leave my report there. I know that was lengthy, and Chelsea, I do have all this typed up for you, and I will just hit send, and you can use these notes for reporting for the minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel. A lengthy report, but an exciting report with a lot of changeover, new personnel, exciting things happening at the state historic sites. We'll definitely move in the direction of meeting at Phillips Manor, and I can't wait to see the changes that have occurred there and the inclusive nature of the new information being provided. So thank you for that. Do we have Commissioner Kulsade?
I am on. Yep, I'm here.
Fantastic. The floor is yours.
Sorry about that. Of all things, we were called out for a fire drill this morning, and so the whole building had to empty onto the street. Nice to see you all virtually or hear voices this morning. Commissioner Kulsade here. I won't take a lot of time. I just wanted to sort of say, first of all, obviously, thank you all for your service on this preservation board. You do vitally important work, and this is and you were really right there at the sweet spot of economic development and historic preservation. Congratulations on a big agenda today that you're going through. It's great to see a robust nomination, and I would and I think just in terms of highlights from the agencies. We are hiring. We are also, I think, looking ahead to the next few years. Obviously, this is the time of year when we develop sort of state of the state initiatives, and obviously, proposals. They're really just proposals for gubernatorial leadership. We're looking at obviously the historic preservation tax credit needs to be renewed. Across the board shortly, and this is next session is the one to do it. Then there's also, we are beginning to, sort of suggest to the governor, this governor, if she gets elected, will be, whoever is elected in this fall will be the 2026 governor for the 250th anniversary of the American Declaration of Independence and the beginning of the War of Revolution. So there's an opportunity, especially with us in all our sites, to talk about that big. So that is on our agenda. It's been a extraordinary summer across the system. You all have lived it. It's been, I think, we've had, but it's been a year when kind of the pluses and the minuses have all come together. I noticed that you note that in New York Harbor, places where the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act had a lot to implement. The waters of New York Harbor are cleaning up. The state has planted reefs, and as a result, bait fish and whales and porpoises are all coming back big into the New York Harbor and into the Long Island coast. And as a result, we had probably more beach closures due to shark sightings than we've had ever, just because the bait fish are so strong. And so that's a sign of Mother Nature, I think, recovering. But at the same time, we've had unprecedented numbers of beach closures, lake beach closures, for harmful algal blooms. They are tormenting us, and we had our biggest wound really this summer was Lake Welch, which is our most popular, our most visited downstate beach, was closed all summer long due to a harmful algal bloom that we need to address. It may have been something of our own making, actually, because of 50 years of neglect in terms of our investment in a treatment plant there. But other than that, but it was also a summer when our staff and the historic sites everywhere worked harder than ever because we had virtually no rain days, right? There were no quiet days. And so I take my hat off to staff and thank them for how hard they've been working. But it was a great season for us. We also had forest fires in Minnewaska, forest fires, lots and lots of spot fires across Harriman and the Palisades region parks. So everyone's working hard. I think everyone is somewhat relieved that we have fall here, but we also got through a very successful summer season. It's been, continues to be my privilege and honor to work with my staff, and that really includes all the staff at People's Island, who obviously, I don't think I have to need to tell you that staff at People's Island are the most committed and mission-centered people I've ever met. So. It's a great team for us to work with, and I take my hat off to Daniel and his entire team over there for what they do. But that's really all for the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Kulisay. Moving to our next agenda item, the National Register nomination reviews. And Kathy, how will you introduce yourself and the staff and your guests?
Sure. Hello, everyone. This is Kathy Howe. I'm the director of the Community Preservation Services Bureau, and I'm happy to welcome today all of our property owners and sponsors. You are just so welcome. We're so happy that you're joining us today, and everyone who worked so hard out there in preparing today's robust schedule of nominations, working with our highly skilled staff to get these done and presented before you today. I want to say that when you add up all of the numbers for today, we have roughly 1,400 properties, if you include all of the ones in the proposed historic districts, plus the individual nominations. We are really looking at 1,400 properties today. That's a huge number that might hopefully go on to be listed. And what I want to say, yes, this shows the distribution of today's nominations throughout New York State. And I do want to say a special thank you to Cass LaFranc, who worked with staff in reviewing all of today's nominations. Of the 27 nominations that we have that we are putting before you today, 10 of those are for commercial tax credit projects with approved PDILs from the National Park Service. And I also want to wish a special thank you to Virginia Bartos, who has put today's slide presentation together for us. So we do have guests here, and with an interest in some of the nominations today, they will be introduced after each staff presentation. And guests, please feel free to offer any comments you would like following the presentation of your nomination. And with that, we will begin with the first district out in Rochester with Virginia Bartos.
Good morning. We're in the Finger Lakes region this morning. My first presentation is the Crosman Terrace Historic District in Rochester, Monroe County, which is also a certified local government. The Crosman Terrace Historic District is being nominated under Criterion A for community planning and development as a planned residential community on lands that were part of the Crosman Seed Company. It is also being nominated under Criterion C for its architecture. It has an outstanding collection of early 20th century architecture. The district contains 46 residences and 42 associated garages. All buildings are contributing except for one garage that was built after the period of significance and is considered non-contributing. The nomination you received should have stated that there are 87 contributing and 1 non-contributing buildings, and this has been corrected in the building count. The period of significance for the nominated district is 1908 to circa 1940, beginning with the lot division and construction of the first residences and ending when the last historic garage was built. Next slide, please. The 1910 map shows Crosman Terrace in the early stages of its development, and the red indicates the nominated boundary. The lots were fairly uniform, being 50 feet wide rather than the standard 40, with the exception of 3 lots near the south end that were 75 feet. The map clearly shows the difference in density between Crosman Terrace and the surrounding streets in the Upper Monroe area of the city of Rochester by being less dense and with single-family residences. Next slide, please. The street was given over to the city for paving, and lots were sold through the Garfield Real Estate Company. Deeds came with restrictions stating that all houses had to be single-family residences of at least 2 stories, be set back 35 feet from the street, and cost a minimum of $5,000 to build. Garages were permitted but not stables, and all garages were to be placed in the rear of the property. The deed restrictions were intended to attract a more affluent clientele, and Crosman Terrace became a home of doctors, lawyers, business executives, and a variety of occupations, including John Scott Clubb, seen here, a nationally known cartoonist on the staff of the Rochester Times-Union. He lived at 116 Crosman Terrace, seen in the image below, that was also designed by well-known Rochester architect Claude Bragdon. Next slide, please. As stated in the nomination, the majority of the residences were American Foursquare, Colonial Revival, or Craftsman variants, and no 2 are the same. Here are 4 views of the west side of the street, and while some buildings may have the same form, a closer look shows that the differences are in the porches and details. The bottom right slide also shows one of the larger lots. Next slide, please. We're looking at views of the east side of the street where you can get more of a sense of the streetscape. Even though there are mature trees and large tree lawns, there is no evidence of planned landscaping. The Crosman Seed Company were suppliers of seeds rather than large-scale plants like trees and shrubs. Next slide, please. And here we have 48 and Crosman Terrace, both built around 1913. This nomination was sponsored and funded by the residents of Crosman Terrace, and the nomination was written by preservation consultants Gina DeBella, who's on the meeting this morning, and Sarah Linda Hooker, with my additional edits. Our office received 3 support emails to date and no objections. And I attribute the overwhelming support, to the tireless efforts of the Crosman Terrace Historic Steering Committee, who did exemplary outreach. I'd like to introduce one member of the committee, Shay Hanford, who would like to make some brief comments.
Hello, I'm Shay Hanford, the original instigator of the effort to create a Crosman Terrace Historic District. And truly, our households in the district would be ecstatic about receiving news of approval today. And I want to take a few moments really to thank Dr. Bartos. Without her, this would never have gotten off the ground. I'm going to thank her for her early recognition of the architectural distinctiveness and integrity of our Crosman Terrace block, her early encouragement to pursue the historic district listing, especially without our getting no grant money and financing the consultants all among just from with our own monies, and her support, encouragement, and optimism, which induced really 5 others to come forward to form a steering committee to do the research, get the info out, and most challenging, to convince each household to surrender $500 for the cost of our professional consultants. And without that encouragement from Dr. Bartos, we wouldn't have gotten this off the ground. And most notably, the process itself, selling the program to our neighbors, was truly transformative for the neighborhood. It will never be the same. And the collaboration for the research, putting together the messaging, emails, lots and lots of face-to-face home visits, and above all, figuring out in conversations with each homeowner the particular aspect of the program that would appeal to that homeowner, or in many cases, having to dispel misguided fears about the so-called risks and dangers of becoming a historic district. Through all that process, our neighbors have truly bonded as a group, as a neighborhood, truly neighborhood. And that was very visible this summer with all the activity out on front porches, people having breakfast, dinner on their front porches, people coming by, stopping to talk, neighbors from our block and also other blocks out walking their dogs. The interaction was just really just catching on. We all know one another now, and including people from other blocks. So thank you, Dr. Bartos, for all your effort. Without, as I say, without her encouragement, this would never have happened. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome, and I'm humbled by your comments. And I do have to give a big shout out to Gina DeBella and Sarah Linda Hooker, who made this one of the easiest nominations to edit. Okay. Questions, comments from the board?
Yeah, thank you, Virginia and Shay. Wonderful district, really nice story of community engagement and cohesion. Questions or comments from the board about Crosman Terrace Historic District? Or a motion to approve?
This is Jennifer Lemack. I will approve.
Do I have a second?
This is Wayne Goodman. I'll second.
Is anyone in opposition or abstaining from this vote from the board? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. My next presentation is the Martin and Andrew Sperbeck House in Fairport, Monroe County. This nomination was drafted by the homeowner with the intent of seeking recognition for the house and state rehabilitation tax credits. Fairport is also a certified local government, and our office received letters of support from Mayor Julie Demeratz on behalf of the CLG and from New York State Assembly member Jennifer Lunsford, in whose district the Sperbeck House is located. Next slide, please. The property is being nominated under Criterion C as an outstanding example of Italianate-style architecture. However, a portion of the house was built around 1825 after Martin Sperbeck, one of Fairport's early settlers, decided it was time to replace his log house with a more suitable farmhouse. The image in the lower left shows this portion of the house along with the 1950 addition on the west end. Initial updates were made to this portion of the house when Andrew, his son, built the Italianate portion in 1864, and again when it was sold to new owners in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The two upper images show an early 20th century colonial revival style porch and the carriage block used to access the porch. The lower right is the contributing circa 1920 garage. The period of significance for the nominated property is circa 1825 to 1950, which includes all construction phases of the house and the garage. Next slide, please. There we go. Seen here are interior views of the house with the main entrance hall and stairs on the left, the large parlor in the upper right, and the dining room in the lower right. The parlor is in the 1864 portion of the house, and the dining room is in the circa 1825 portion. The built-in cabinet in the dining room is an early 20th century colonial revival addition, but next to it is an original early 19th century enclosed stair to the second floor. Next slide, please. The northeast bedroom also contains a very steep enclosed stair to the cupola. The Sperbeck family owned the house until 1883 when it was sold to the town assessor, who in turn sold it to Gary Brooks in 1891. The house was occupied by his son Louis and his wife Mary, that is Louis's wife Mary, and their children. Through a series of unfortunate events, all mentioned in the nomination, Mary became owner of the property and in 1923 divided a portion of it along South Main Street for residential development. The current boundary marks the remaining last 3/4 of an acre of the original 100 acres purchased by Martin Sperbeck in 1817. Are there any questions or comments on this nomination?
Questions or comments about the Martin and Andrew Sperbeck house from the board? Or a motion to approve? Well, I'll make the motion. Do I hear a second?
Erica, I'll second.
Thank you, Erica. Any opposed or abstain? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next slide, please.
Yep.
Okay. The Isaac Shipley House is being nominated under Criterion C. I should mention it's in Williamson, the Williamson vicinity, okay, in Wayne County. The Isaac Shipley House is being nominated under Criterion C for architecture as an outstanding example of Italianate-style residence in a rural setting. The house was built for Shipley by his son-in-law, Austin Persons, a carpenter and builder from Canandaigua. And just to recap from the nomination, Canandaigua and Rochester are the closest cities to the Shipley House and the nearby village of Pulteneyville. The period of significance extends from 1850, when the house was built, to 1913, which is the year when the second owner, Fred Tietz, died. Next slide, please. The end date also includes contributing buildings added to the property by Tietz, which includes a circa 1908 garage, and yes, Fred Tietz owned automobiles, and a circa 1901 packing house. Fred Tietz was first and foremost a salesman, and after he bought the property in 1896, he used the house as his country estate from which to manage the very successful fruit packing business founded by his father and continued with his brothers. The packing house is clearly visible in the background of the upper image, and the lower image shows the house after Fred Tietz replaced the original porches with larger colonial revival style wraparound porch. Next slide, please. Other post-Shipley changes including rebuilding the main stair and opening the wall between the entry hall and main parlor, seen in the upper left. Other views show a second floor bedroom, a first floor sitting room and office, showing the historic wood floors, trim, plaster walls, ceilings, and wood paneled doors. Next slide, please. The property passed to Fred's niece Hazel after his death, and the fruit packing business kept operating until 1962. Subsequent owners deferred maintenance on the buildings, and the buildings were even vacant for a time. After purchasing the property, the present owners began restoring the house, and the images seen here are before and after pictures of the parlor on the left and the dining room on the right. Next slide, please. This shows the before and after of the packing house. At one time, the packing house was used as an antique shop and is now being used as a workshop and storage for historic pieces of the building that need restoration. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. The nomination draft was written by the current owner, who, in addition to working on bringing the house and buildings back to their former glory, has extensively researched the property and the Shipley and Teets families. He makes an interesting point of how some of the features in the buildings or on the property attest to the forward thinking of Isaac Shipley and Fred Teets. Some of these features include a cistern in the house attic to supply water, a fire hydrant on the property, the house had caught on fire more than once, and a car washing apparatus included in the garage, which is my personal favorite. I'd like to introduce Paul Nalawajic, the owner and author and sponsor of the nomination, who is sitting in on the meeting. Our office received a letter of support from the town of Williamson historian for listing the property on the National Register of Historic Places. And Paul, you're welcome to make any comments at this time if you would like. It looks like he just dropped out of the participants list, so that might have been a mistake. But I have to say he was one of the most enthusiastic homeowners I've worked with on an individual property. Questions and comments from the board?
Virginia, this is
Yes.
This is Wint, and I'm just amazed at the notion that Shipley could have traded with the enemy during the Civil War, and that small community not been aware of it. And if they weren't aware of it, how he escaped with his life, I cannot imagine.
As if Paul were able to make comments, he would tell you a lot more stories about the the very tarnished reputation of Isaac Shipley. His brothers were very much aware of it, and it caused a rift in the family.
Thank you.
This is Doug Pirelli. Is it true that this house was or may have been shipped across Lake Ontario in pieces and built here? Was it?
The bricks, maybe.
Bricks, maybe.
Yeah, the brick production, yeah.
Also, I think this form mentioned that some resources were omitted rather than included as non-contributing. Can you say a little bit about that?
Oh, that would be the house next door.
Okay.
Yeah, the house next door was originally built by Teets as a caretaker's property, but that house was sold in not too long ago, and it was completely rebuilt. The property is also divided from the current property. So the house, when it was rebuilt, totally lost its feeling and association and is not considered historic because it's now, when you look at it, it looks like a 2010 two-story house, and it has a 2012 garage on the back. So totally lost feeling and association. So that one is not considered part of this nomination. And as far as non-historic buildings, there really aren't any on this property.
Great. Thank you for that
Non-contributing
clarification.
buildings, yeah.
Thank you. Other questions or comments about the Isaac Shipley House, Wayne County? Or a motion to approve?
This is
I'll move the approval. This is Wint.
All right, I think I heard Wint and Wayne. I'm going to give Wint
And this,
the,
sorry, this is Erica. I just wanted to make one quick comment.
please.
And I'll put my codes hat on here just for a few minutes. And I'm glad you put the picture back with the fire hydrant. If indeed that hydrant is no longer functional, as I think I read in the paperwork here, it probably, I don't know how visible it is from the street. It probably would be a good idea to somehow make sure the responding fire department knows that that is, not functional, so that nobody tries, and God forbid there's any another event of some sort, put either a little sign on it or make sure they know it in their dispatch office so that no one thinks that they
It's
should be
buried
hooking up
amongst
to that.
trees and shrubs, so it's
Oh,
not
okay.
visible from the street.
Okay. As long as an overzealous future fire inspector doesn't think he can give someone a violation for not keeping the hydrant
I'll make sure
more
that the
accessible.
property
There
owner
might
gets
be
that
something to-
information.
Yeah.
Great suggestion, Erica. Thank you. Other questions or comments about the Shipley House? Okay, now I heard Wayne and Wint, was it? Tie for the motion. So I'll give Wayne the motion and Wint, Wint the motion and Wayne the second, if I have that right. Anyone?
That sounds good.
Opposed?
Thanks.
That sounds
Any
fine.
Great. Any opposed or abstain? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next, we're on to the Bristol Center Methodist Episcopal Church in Bristol vicinity. That's the town of Bristol in Ontario County. Bristol Center is a hamlet in the town of Bristol between Canandaigua and Naples. And just to give you your bearings, Canandaigua is at the north end or the foot of Canandaigua Lake, and Naples is on the south end or head of the lake. And Bristol Center is a bit closer to Naples than Canandaigua, in a rural area of the county on the west side of the lake. The Bristol Center Methodist Episcopal Church has been a gathering place since its construction in 1846 and is currently owned by the Bristol Hills Historical Society that also owns a historic Grange building south of the former church. The Historical Society is a recipient of the Genesee Valley Rural Revitalization Grant for work on the church and planning for its continued use as a community gathering place. Next slide, please. The building is being nominated under Criterion C for architecture as an example of a timber-framed Greek Revival church in a rural setting. Key features include pentabented symmetrical three-bay facade, central entrance, square louvered tower, corner pilasters, wide frieze band, and tall windows. The south side of the foundation was partially reconstructed with wood and concrete at an unknown date, but during the historic period, after the original wood foundation structure failed. The four corners of the foundation are large granite blocks, one of which has a USGS marker embedded in the stone. Next slide, please. Seen here is the main floor with the entry vestibule in the upper left and two views of the sanctuary. The interior of the church is quite plain, following the practice of 19th century Methodism as explained in the nomination. The upright looks toward the slightly raised pulpit platform. The curtain and pulpit furniture are not original, but the organ to the left is the original instrument. You can also see part of the flat plaster ceiling with its center medallion. The lower image looks towards the vestibule and balcony, and the two doors are each flanked by paneled pilasters. Next slide, please. These are views of the balcony and one of the memorial windows, and the windows were installed around 1906. The church is one of a handful of surviving buildings from the early years of Bristol Center and was used as a rural Methodist church for 121 years. The building had only two owners, the church and the current owners, the Historical Society, who acquired it after the consolidation of three local congregations became one united church. The building retains a high degree of integrity and retains much of its original historic fabric. The period of significance is 1846 to 1967, marking the years it served as a church and community gathering place, with the latter role continuing as property of the local historical society. Questions or comments?
Questions or comments from the board about Bristol Methodist Episcopal Church, Ontario County? Or a motion to approve?
This is Erica, so move.
And a second?
This is Jay, I'll
Carol,
second.
I'll second.
Any abstaining or opposed?
And I did want to add that the stained glass windows are just lovely.
Yeah, it's just
Agreed.
beautiful. Now, are those, how did you describe those windows? Is there a plaque where somebody has sort of agreed to be the caretaker of these on an individual basis?
I believe the caretaker would be the Historical Society.
Mm-hmm.
Wanted to get confirmation of the second. Was that Jay? Who seconded?
It's Carol Clark.
Okay, I heard Jay and then Carol, but okay, so Carol, got it. Thank you.
Any abstained or opposed? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're back to Naples. Well, actually, it's a short jaunt from Bristol Center. This is the Naples Viticulture Historic District in Ontario County. This is the third proposed historic district sponsored by the Village of Naples. We looked at two at the last meeting. This district is different from the other two districts. The other two were heavily residential and commercial, and this one is largely comprised of the former Widmer's Winery, vineyards, and buildings associated with the grape industry in Naples. These districts are the result of a 2020 cultural resource survey of the village that was funded by the Preservation League of New York State and the New York State Council on the Arts. Next slide, please. The nominated district is in the northwest quadrant of the village, roughly bounded by North Main Street on the east, vineyards along the south side of Lake Niagara Lane on the south, and West Avenue on the west, and the north side of Toby Street. The winery property is located along West Avenue and Lake Niagara Lane and consists of the main winery building and 4 associated buildings built between 1920 and 1970, and of the historic Widmer's complex consisting of 5 buildings dating from 1883 to 1958. The wine tasting room seen in the upper image on the left was built on the circa 1887 foundation of one of the original Widmer's buildings. Next slide, please. The building pictured here is a World War II POW building. During the war, German POWs were brought to Naples to work with on the grape harvest, filling in for a labor shortage due to the war. Next slide, please. The district also includes residential buildings mainly representing modest wood frame Queen Anne, Italianate, and Tudor architectural styles. These buildings, for the most part, were historically associated with the Widmer family and Widmer employees. In total, the nominated district contains 17 contributing buildings, with 12 of these being residences mostly along, these are primary buildings, with the residences mostly along North Main Street and West Avenue. And this is being nominated under Criterion C for its collection of popular domestic architecture within the period of significance. Also significant are the extant winery buildings modeled on European wineries that utilize partial or completely underground cellars as a way to control temperature and followed the industrial form and function with spaces specifically dedicated to fermentation, wine pressing, bottling, and storage. Next slide, please. St. Januarius Roman Catholic Church is also contributing to the district. Designed in 1966 by Rochester architect James H. Johnson, the church is an excellent example of his earth-formed concrete sculptural buildings. And Johnson stated that his inspiration came from grape leaves and also from the Notre Dame du Haut in Ronchamp, France. Randomly scattered irregular shaped oval window openings are filled with colored glass that create a brilliant display of hues in the sanctuary, and a interior view of the church was included in the nomination draft. Next slide, please. This is the parish hall with its relief of the vineyards and lake that underscores the importance of viticulture to Naples. Grapevines were first planted in Naples in 1835, and an influx of Swiss and German immigrants in the mid-19th century turned a small crop of vines into an industry. For this reason, the nominated district is significant under Criterion A in the area of agriculture and industry, with the establishing of the first village winery in 1861 and the founding of the Widmer's Winery in the 1880s that became a major industry in the village. To date, only one letter of objection has been received from an owner of a non-contributing building on Toby Street, not wishing to be part of the district. Questions, comments?
This is Whit. I suspect that those prisoners of war were detailed from old Fort Niagara, where there were a large number of prisoners of war kept for the last year or so of the war. Interesting that they would have been sent from our own property in Fort Niagara.
They also were sent to other agriculture areas, and it was Italian and German POWs.
This is Doug Pirelli. I thought that the methodology section of this form was particularly useful and excellent. Just want to say that. Other questions or comments about Naples Viticulture Historic District, Ontario County? Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'd move approval. This is Wint.
And I will happily second. Any abstaining or opposed? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent.
Thank you. Okay. Next is the Huntington Building in Seneca Falls, Seneca County. The Huntington Building on Fall Street in Seneca Falls has had several names, beginning with the National Yeast Company, followed by the Iroquois Motor Car Company and the Seneca Falls Paper Box Company, before it was purchased by Fred Huntington in 1928. He moved his automobile dealership business into the building, changing the function of the building to mixed-use industrial and commercial, which lasted until 1977. Upper floors of the building were leased out to light industry, while he operated the automobile dealership in the first floor. Huntington used the building for both sales and expanded it to include service areas. Next slide, please. Prior to Huntington's purchase, the building went through several expansions. The lower picture shows the original 1870 section of the building with its 1871 addition to the north and the 1950 service department wing on the south. The upper right image shows more of the 1950 service wing. By the way, that one's added by Huntington. And the large brick 1876 brick section. The 1886 and 1876 sections are prominent in the upper left image. Next slide, please. The upper images show the spaces used for the automobile dealership, and the lower images show the lease spaces used for manufacturing. Although there appears to be surviving historic fabrics such as wood support beams, open floor spaces, historic floors, and windows, the building is only being nominated under Criterion A for industry and commerce, largely due to the loss of the mansard roof and changes to the roof itself. The building is a commercial tax credit and has received both its Part 1 and Part 2 approvals from the National Park Service. Questions or comments on the Huntington Building?
This is Carol Clark. I'm glad that you included, Virginia, the cookbook cover in the first slide, because I think it's so fascinating that daily the factory was producing 12 tons of yeast and that it was being distributed so widely that even to the Midwest, it really the yeast got around.
This
Yeah,
is
until they changed in
just
how
wanted to-
yeast was made. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, this is Wayne Goodman. This building was on our organization's 5 to revive list. It was in fairly imminent danger of demolition a few years ago. I have to give a lot of credit to the community and to the owner, who was very receptive to preserving the building. So I'm thrilled to see this move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention that Seneca Falls is a certified local government, so they keep tabs on this with their Historic Preservation Commission.
Other questions or comments? Wayne, did I hear a motion?
Sure thing. Thank you.
Awesome. A second?
It's Carol, I'll second it.
Thank you. Any abstaining or opposed? It passes by unanimous consent.
Thank you. Last but not least, for me that is the Perry Village Hall in Wyoming County. Constructed in 1912, the Village Hall is a 2-story, 5-bay brick and stone building with a hipped roof and a 1-story, 4-bay brick fire truck garage addition on the north. Originally, the building had a bell tower that was deemed unsafe and was removed in 1978. Despite the loss, the building is being nominated under Criterion C for architecture as a representative example of the early work of F.W. Kirkland, an architect and civil engineer from Rome, New York, who specialized in civic buildings. Kirkland previously designed a new high school for the village, followed by the Village Hall. His design style could be best described as eclectic, with the school favoring colonial revival features and the Village Hall favoring Italian Renaissance revival, with its arcaded belfry, engaged Tuscan order columns, and round arched windows. Next slide, please. The upper image shows the east elevation and the fire department expansions. 2 bays were added to the fire department in 1937, with additional bays added in 1951 and 1976. The lower left is the west elevation with the police department accessed through the canopied area in the ground level. The purpose for building the Village Hall was to bring together all village services in one location. The lower right is the south elevation, and the pitch of the site with 3 floors is visible, as opposed to 2 floors on the facade. Next slide, please. The building retains much of its interior historic features that include marble wainscoting in the entry hall, original staircases, plaster walls and ceilings, wood and glass doors, wood trim, glass transoms, and wood floors in the office areas. Next slide, please. The second floor also contains an assembly room, seen here with its large open space, high ceiling, and wood floors. The Perry Village Hall is a New York State Historic Preservation EPF matching grant applicant. These grants are available for listed buildings for those in the process of being listed that are owned by municipalities and not-for-profit organizations. The building was not originally included in the listed Village Historic District due to it being discontiguous, so it is now being considered for individual listing. Comments or questions?
Comments or questions about Perry Village Hall, Wyoming County? Or a motion to approve?
Sorry, this is Erica. Is there a story behind in this particular slide, that mural? It's clearly not local.
I'd love to know the
weather.
And yeah, I wish there was. I could try and find out. I'd also like to know the story behind the USGS marker on the church, but the Historical Society had no information on that too.
From this distance, you can't tell whether it's an original painting or not.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Or is that you dream of warmer weather?
Yes, I think it is. In Perry, New York, I think they could use a lot of that.
Well, I'll move I'll move this forward.
Thank you, Erica. Do I hear a second? Well, I'll second it. Any abstaining or opposed? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent. Thank you, Virginia, for a fantastic group of presentations.
Oh, you're very welcome.
All right, moving now to Dan Bagro and a slate of 4.
Mr. Chairman, could I just interrupt our moving for a minute? This is Erica. I just wanted to note in the last grouping, we had 2 churches presented, 100 years apart, and you look at the lovely stained glass in the one in the first one, and then you move about 100 years ahead at that church, which was done in the 60s. If anyone goes back and finds the photograph of the interior shot, and sort of what a difference 100 years can make.
Indeed.
In the presentation of an interior.
Yeah.
Quite fascinating.
All right. Dan, are you ready to roll?
Yep, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay.
Take it away.
The Graves Mansion is being nominated in association with Criterion C at the local significance level with a period of significance of 1880 and meets Criterion C as an architecturally distinguished example of the Second Empire style. The nomination includes 2 contributing resources, the Graves Mansion and a stone ice house, and 1 non-contributing structure, a brick 3-wall folly constructed in approximately the year 2000. Next slide, please. The Graves Mansion, located in the hamlet of Ausable Forks, was constructed between 1877 and 1880 as the family home of Henry Duncan Graves and employs a strongly distinctive ornamental vocabulary with typical features including rock-faced coins, elaborate dormer windows, pediments, brackets, and strong entablatures. Next slide, please. There is a clear preference for eclectic details and a profusion of styles. The distinctive mansard roofs, variations between rectangular, gabled, pointed arch, half-round, arched, and segmental arched windows, sculpted details, and embellishments inside and out make the Graves Mansion one of the most unique and impressive representations of the Second Empire style in New York's Adirondack region. While evidence of deferred maintenance and vandalism are present, the original massing, craftsmanship, stylistic expression, and many historic features and details are clearly evident. The ice house, seen in the bottom right, is a gable front single-story stone building constructed from the same locally quarried granite used to build the St. James Episcopal Church on Main Street in Ausable Forks. It was designed as a mini replica of that church. The building sits alone and is built into the hill about 50 yards west of the Graves Mansion. Next slide, please. The building's architect was Frederick Lyman Perkins, though little information about his career is available. He worked in both New York and Boston before his death in 1894 at the age of 45. The master mason was Edward Hughes of Port Henry, New York, who also built the Methodist Church in Port Henry. The south elevation of the Graves Mansion bears his initials EH in the brickwork. I didn't include that photo here, but it is in the nomination. The extensive woodwork in the mansion was built and installed by R. Prescott and Sons of Keysville, New York, who were highly sought after at the time they were building the Graves Mansion. Among their contracts was work on the State Capitol building in Albany. Next slide, please. The next few slides are meant to illustrate the interior and ornate details of the building. Many Adirondack communities have examples of the Second Empire style, but most are vernacular residential interpretations. Often only the existence of a mansard roof indicates Second Empire influences. From what we know of regional residential architecture, few, if any, Second Empire mansions or public buildings in the Adirondack exhibit the same level of elaborate detail and exuberance as the Graves Mansion. Next slide, please. The story of the Graves Mansion and Henry Duncan Graves is inexorably linked to the J&J Rogers Iron Company. The development and growth of Ausable Forks during the 1830s was due almost entirely to the emergence of the J&J Rogers Iron Company, whose operations would span the next 140 years. As a result of the Rogers iron operations at Ausable Forks, the hamlet grew to become one of the largest settlements in the region. By 1860, the Rogers iron operations had grown to include mines at Palmer Hill and bloomeries, rolling mills, and large nail works at Ausable Forks. They also operated sawmills, woodworking mills to manufacture wagons and nail kegs, and blacksmith and machine shops. The company owned and operated farms, boarding houses, hotels, numerous single-family homes, and retail stores. In this way, Ausable Forks emerged as a company town owned and operated by one of the area's two leading iron companies. By 1875, Ausable Forks had become a prosperous community of 2,000 inhabitants. Next slide, please. Henry Graves was born on August 17, 1826 in Plattsburgh, New York. He began working as a clerk at age 16 and accepted the position of clerk in a J&J Rogers store in 1847 when he was 21. In 1861, Graves married Kate Thompson Rogers, eldest daughter of James Rogers. At the same time, Henry was promoted from clerk to chief financial officer. In 1871, he became one of the trustees of the J&J Rogers Iron Company. And in 1877, the same year he began building his mansion, he was elected vice president. Upon the death of John Rogers in May 1879, he was elected president of the company. Henry and Kate were active in their community. Henry was a member of several fraternal organizations, and they contributed to the St. James Episcopal Church. Graves was also an influential Democrat in local, state, and national affairs, representing the town on the Board of Supervisors for several terms as a member of the Democratic State Committee in 1875. He was a Democratic elector for president and vice president in 1876. Next slide, please. During an 1890 audit of the J&J Rogers Iron Company, it was discovered that Henry Graves had embezzled the $75,000 to construct the mansion. The board of directors immediately asked for Graves' resignation from the company. Despite several lawsuits and countersuits, it does not appear that Graves repaid the stolen money, nor did they relinquish the property. In 1890, after Graves was dismissed from the company, he held the appointment of the superintendent of the U.S. warehouse at New York City for 1 year under President McKinley. Despite the embezzlement scandal, Henry and Kate remained prominent figures in the life of Ausable Forks until their deaths in 1917 and 1918, respectively. This nomination was prepared by Christine Bush of Arch, and the property may be submitted for a commercial rehabilitation tax credit in the future. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Dan, this is Wint. Some beautiful aesthetic movement details in the interior of this house. And it's wonderful to see that. And I certainly hope that the present owners can restore and celebrate the achievement all those years ago in building it.
Any other questions or comments about Graves? A motion to approve?
I'll move it. This is Wint.
And a second.
I'll second. This is Erica.
Thank you, Erica. Any opposed or abstaining? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent.
The next nomination helps to illustrate the wide range of resource types that we see with this program, including vernacular trends disconnected from specific architectural styles. Corey Cottage is being nominated in association with Criterion A and Criterion C at the local significance level, with a period of significance from 1913 to 1926. Corey Cottage meets Criterion A as an intact and representative example of late 19th century residential construction in Saranac Lake as adapted for curing use during the village's expansion as a tuberculosis curing center. The cottage also meets Criterion C as an example of a tuberculosis cure cottage. Next slide, please. Corey Cottage, constructed in circa 1899, is a 2 1/2 story wood frame single-family dwelling located at 19 Helen Street in the village of Saranac Lake. It is approximately 2/10 of a mile east of downtown Saranac Lake, and it is located between the existing residential historic districts of Church Hill and Helen Hill. Corey Cottage possesses key attributes to identify it as a tuberculosis cure cottage, primarily the second-story cure porch. Next slide, please. The The building has undergone some modifications after the period of significance, but primarily reflects the original design and usage. Modifications are largely related to the exterior cladding, doors, and some interior finishes. The plan and massing are essentially intact, while the cure porch retains several characteristics outlined in the registration requirements of the cure industry resources in the village of Saranac Lake, Essex, and Franklin County, New York, multiple property documentation form. That's a bit of a mouthful. Corey Cottage meets the registration requirements of the cure cottage type in that it was built or altered with the addition of a porch to serve as a facility for curing, has a documented association with tuberculosis patients, and retains an intact cure porch. The cure porch is a large, unheated living space open to outside air and with glass windows on 3 sides. It is accessed from a bedroom with a 48-inch wide doorway and is located on the south elevation of the building, all of which are common features of the cure cottage. Next slide, please. According to census records, Jenny E. Corey, born 1854, died 1931, was the head of the household in the 1900, 1905, 1910, and 1915 records. She lived in the house with her daughters, Maud and Marion Corey, and was a boarding housekeeper who took in several boarders that are listed in the census records. Jenny Corey was born in Saranac Lake and is buried in the village at Pine Ridge Cemetery. Entries in the disinfection record book indicate patients staying at the cottage beginning on August 20th, 1913 through July 22nd, 1926. A total of 17 individuals stayed at Corey Cottage in the 13 years the owners welcomed tuberculosis patients. These individuals included 7 female and 10 male patients ranging in age from 24 to 54 years old. Most patients were from the northeast region of the United States, with one coming from Havana, Cuba. Next slide, please. While I don't have any historic photos of the property showing patients, the images on this final slide will give an impression of the experience patients had at other cure cottages. The current owners, Mike Keenitz and Pablo Davila, are pursuing National Register listing to gain access to the rehabilitation tax credit. The nomination was a collaboration between Mike and myself, and Pablo has joined us today and would like to speak on behalf of the nomination.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can, please.
Hi, this is Pablo Davila. Just wanna thank Dan for all his help in getting us to this point. We had a lot of fun trying to find the information on the history of this property. It is located between 2 historic districts, and we think it's got the same type of history that the houses around it, and it deserves to be part of this. And we intend to restore it to its potential. And just thank you for the opportunity to do this presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, other questions or comments about Corey? Is the porch was added on to the existing structure specifically for this purpose and function? Or was it originally?
It's a little unclear if it was a later modification or if the house was built with it. But the registration requirements, regardless of which the case is, the registration requirements allow for either one of those. So I guess it would fit either way.
Yeah, that's great. Other questions or comments about Corey Cottage? Do I hear a motion to approve?
This is Wayne Goodman. I'll make the motion.
And a second?
This is Chuck. I'll second.
Chuck Bandry got in there first. Any abstaining or opposed? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent.
Okay, next up is the 3 Squares Historic District boundary increase and boundary decrease. This nomination is an update to the 3 Squares Historic District listed in 1974 and serves to correct an omission from the original nomination, as well as make note of and update the boundary where properties have been demolished since the original listing. Next slide, please. The Three Squares Historic District is an area which constitutes both the historic and the present commercial center of Glens Falls, located on a plateau above the falls of the Hudson on the north bank of the river. The roughly 23-acre historic district originally encompassed 93 commercial and civic structures, of which 77 contribute to the historic significance of the district. The original district is oriented around two primary axes. Glen Street, the principal commercial street of Glens Falls, runs generally north-south, and South Street, which intersects Glen, extends generally west. Shorter commercial streets intersecting these axial routes are also included within the district boundaries. Extensive urban renewal demolition during the 1960s destroyed a significant portion of the Glens Falls business district in the vicinity of Glen and Warren Streets, and the remaining vacant land was excluded from the historic district. Beyond the district boundaries, the character of the surroundings changes. Residential neighborhoods are located immediately to the west, north, and east, while industrial facilities are concentrated below the bluffs of the Hudson River to the south. Next slide, please. City of Glens Falls contacted me about the possibility of nominating the property at 36 Elm Street, a 3-story concrete industrial building. While not individually eligible, it became apparent during the evaluation of this property that it was adjacent to the Three Squares Historic District, was constructed during that district's period of significance, and retained sufficient physical integrity to convey the significance of the district, which did include a small component of industrial properties. Next slide, please. Additionally, 6 properties, 5 of which were contributing, have been demolished since 1974. 4 of these were located on the periphery of the district and justified reducing the boundary in these locations, as you can see on the map here, highlighted in red. Next slide, please. An interesting side note about the parcel at 36 Elm Street, hinted at here in the city directory and on Sanborn fire insurance maps, is that prior to the construction of the current building, it was owned by Seneca Ray Stoddard, esteemed landscape photographer of the Adirondacks, and he lived and maintained a studio at this address. After his death in 1917, the property was sold and redeveloped. The Stoddard collection, containing over 3,000 photographs, is located just a few blocks away at the Chapman Museum. The city intends to incorporate this building into ongoing revitalization plans. This nomination was prepared by me on behalf of the city and the Greater Glens Falls Local Development Corporation. Jeff Flagg, Director of the Glens Falls Economic Development Office, has joined us today and would like to speak on behalf of the nomination.
Thanks very much, Dan. I just want to take a couple minutes to thank the board, obviously, for your consideration. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. To thank you for your consideration of this nomination, and to you particularly, Dan, for your help in preparing it. 36 Elm Street's an interesting building in that, as Dan alluded to, it's the heart of the block on South Street that is really undergoing significant revitalization. The city of Glens Falls was one of the first recipients of the first round of the DRI, the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, a $10 million series of grants that are designed to help revitalize downtown cores. In our case, we're looking at both rehabilitating and constructing some new structures along the South Street commercial corridor. The building is sort of ironically and locally referred to as the incubator building on the basis of plans that were submitted about a decade ago to turn it into a sort of a startup business incubator. I say ironically because it was never put into purpose or put into use for that purpose. So it has a name that belies its actual sort of vacant use. We are now, it's currently owned, as Dan mentioned, by the LDC. We are under contract to sell that along with the 2 adjacent buildings that are both, as Dan mentioned, in the Three Squares district, 41 and 45 South Street, which are all 3 being sold together, and they're going to be renovating all 3 of those. In the case of 36 Elm, plans call for the city's going to release the ground floor there. You can see in the upper left-hand photo. That's going to be a community market. That will be adjacent. The space behind it where the other buildings were torn down, some later constructed structures were torn down. That's going to be a community event center, city-owned municipal center that will be sort of connected to, indirectly connected to, this structure, which will have a community market, a commercial kitchen, and then some loft apartments are planned to be built upstairs. So we're really anxious to maintain the sort of historical integrity of this block, particularly because there's some other new construction going in. We want to sort of maintain the character and identity of the historic district on South Street. So again, I just want to thank everyone involved in the process here for considering this nomination.
Yeah, thanks for that. Well said. Questions and comments about 3 Squares HG? It's good to know that this kind of, correction, refinement of the district boundaries is happening. It's something that I often wonder about when these things are initially established up to a period of significance and then the dates change. And it's just nice to know. I really like the connection with Seneca Ray Stoddard as well. Other questions, comments, or a motion to approve?
It's Carol. I'll make a motion to approve it.
Thank you, Carol. A second?
Jennifer Lemack, I'll approve it.
Thank you. Any abstaining or opposed? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent.
Thanks very much.
One more. We'll do Dan's last Martinsburg presentation here and then just take a really quick break.
Okay, the Martinsburg Common School District Number 4 is being nominated in association with Criterion A and Criterion C at the local significance level with a period of significance from circa 1844 to 1958. The school meets Criterion A because of the role it played in the development of the town of Martinsburg's common school system and its continual use from circa 1844 through 1958. The school meets Criterion C as an intact example of a 19th century one-room schoolhouse used throughout rural areas of New York State and the North Country. It was one of the last of the schoolhouses to be closed in the town when it became part of Lowville Academy and Central Schools, as parents were reluctant to become part of a centralized school district. Next slide, please. The school is located just off the intersection of New York State Route 12 and Ramos Road in the town of Martinsburg, Lewis County. The single-story schoolhouse is of wood frame construction with a simple gabled roof, stone foundation, and clapboard siding. The building is austere, incorporating the east and west exposure of windows for lighting the interior. Next slide, please. The largest changes were the addition of a woodshed in circa 1863 and chemical toilets in both the boys' and girls' bathrooms, which is believed to have occurred in the 1930s. Next slide, please. New York State enacted a law in 1812 that established a system of common schools and also the Common School Fund to support local education systems. Local officials established their districts based on population of school-age children. Each district elected trustees to have oversight of their schools. To receive funding, each district had to hold instructional sessions at least 3 months of the year. Funds derived from the state's Common School Fund were to be supplemented and raised through local effort. After 1814, the additional local funds were raised by charging tuition, commonly referred to as a rate bill. In that manner, any deficiency of funds could be raised. Each school district had administrative responsibility for its public school. Until the rate bill was discontinued, many children from poor families were not able to attend school. The teacher was responsible for keeping accurate attendance records, and the school trustees prepared the rate bills and determined the amount of shortfall between the tax revenue and the school costs. Parents paid their bill directly to the teacher. It was not until 1867 that this tax was abolished and funding was shifted to full tax support for public education. No legal action was taken by the town concerning the education of its children until 1814. By 1895, the town had 22 schools. Many families remained in the area for generations, which is reflected in the repeated family names reported over the years in the school reports and the repeating names of elected trustees in District Number 4. This school was one of the oldest and longest used school buildings in the town. The town and Martinsburg Historical Society have excellent documentation of the district through trustee reports, which outline teacher salaries, length of the school year, number of students in attendance, and repairs. The first report from 1829 indicates that the school was in session 5 months and 50 children over 5 and under 16 were in attendance. Next slide, please. While documentation for the district begins in 1829 with trustee reports, the building itself is not referenced in the written record until 1844, when it's mentioned in the deeds of neighboring properties. After serving the community for at least 114 years, the school finally closed in 1958, along with other local schools, and became part of a centralized district. It was then used by BOCES until 1962, at which time it was sold at auction and used as a storage building until it was purchased by the Martinsburg Historical Society in 2013. It now functions as a museum with artifacts and furnishings that have been donated, and the Historical Society hosts an open house yearly and upon request. Next slide, please. This is an honorific nomination and was researched and written by Betty Lakin of the Martinsburg Historical Society. I believe Betty is with us today and would like to say a few words on behalf of the nomination.
I am here, and I thank you, Dan, for all of your help in getting us through the process. I just wanted to say it was a long process to get through the application packet, but through it all, I learned so much. And we had access to old school reports and old school board minutes, which were so insightful. And we have great community support. Luckily for us, the school, once it closed, had not really been altered in any way. It had been used pretty much for storage. We bought the building at a minimal cost, and the restoration work is primarily all volunteer. We have former students who come every year for our open house. And in fact, the owner of the farm that surrounds the school is also a volunteer and a former student. We just feel very fortunate to have saved this school, and that it's a wonderful example of a one-room schoolhouse and what education was like back in the day. Thank you.
Thank you. It certainly is. Questions and comments about Martinburg Common School? A motion to approve?
This is Wayne. I'll make that motion.
Okay, Wayne's got the first. Somebody else spoke. Who's in for the second?
This is Erica. I'll take the second.
Thank you, Erica. Any abstaining or opposed? There being none, this passes by unanimous consent. We will take a short break now, maybe 3 minutes or so, and pick up with Linda Mackey's set of 3 nomination forms. We'll report back here at about 11:53. All right, we'll start back up again in about 1 minute. Okay, I'm ready to go again. Thank you for that. I assume we have a quorum, and we'll pick up where we left off with Linda Mackey and the Lithuanian Alliance of America.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just in case, I am in one of the pods on the 4th floor, and there is a wonderful wasp in here with me. So if you hear me scream, that just means I'm under attack, but hopefully it will enjoy my presentations.
All right, well, be careful.
It's okay. It's been pretty quiet so far. So the first of my 3 today, the Lithuanian Alliance of America, founded in 1886. Oh, can you go back? Oh, thank you very much. Founded in 1886, is among the oldest continually operating Lithuanian organizations in the United States. The Alliance has served the Lithuanian American community, providing social, financial, and cultural support from its headquarters at 307 West 30th Street for 112 years and continues to do so today. Constructed circa 1876 as a single-family residence by architect and real estate developer Edward Ashley and purchased by the Alliance in 1910, the neo-Greek-style building is significant under Criterion A in the areas of social history and ethnic heritage, European, for its long and important association with the Lithuanian immigrant community in New York City, and for its prominent role as an administrative and cultural center for Lithuanian American communities. The building is located in Midtown Manhattan, about 1 block away from Penn Station, which is a strategic location. Next slide. Between 1880 and 1920, at a time of rapid industrialization and urbanization, more than 20 million immigrants arrived in the United States. Lithuanians began to arrive in the 1880s and 1890s, leaving a nation that was frequently besieged and occupied by various neighboring states. Loss of earnings due to unexpected incapacity or sickness, as well as funeral expenses, posed serious problems for immigrants, regardless of the country of origin. Fraternal alliances were established across immigrant groups to address these issues and provide general support. As part of this movement, the alliance was founded by Lithuanian immigrants to preserve their heritage and culture, help fellow Lithuanians integrate into American society, and provide economic assistance in the form of insurance, health benefits, mortgages, and loans. And the photos on the left, those are various books on Lithuanian history, folklore, instructional books on life in the United States. On the upper right, 1914 photo of the former administrative room on the 1st floor in the building. And the bottom right is a 1970s view of that 1st floor assembly space once some of the changes occurred, which I'll discuss. Next slide. By 1902, the building had been configured for multifamily use with 4 apartments, 1 per floor. Shortly after purchasing the building in 1910, the Alliance repurposed the 1st floor apartment to serve as a reception area. Private office space occupied the 2nd floor. The 3rd and 4th floors remained in use as residential tenant apartments. In general, the Alliance retained the domestic interior layout. To this day, the 2nd floor offices and the 3rd and 4th floor apartments retain the historic plan, as well as many historic features and finishes, included painted plaster walls, wood molding, and stone fireplace mantels. And on the photos, on the left is the interior of the entrance vestibule, and on the right is the office space on the 2nd floor. Next slide. Some more representative views. On the left is the 4th floor hallway in one of the apartments, and on the right is one of the rooms in the 3rd floor apartment. Next slide. The basement, which is pictured on the left, currently serves as storage space for archival materials and organizational records. Over 80,000 Lithuanian Americans have been members of the Alliance at some point in its history. The files for each member contain legal documents, correspondence, application forms, and records of payments. On the right is that first floor assembly space. In the 1970s, the Alliance installed a more modern small hall for meetings and events. They were transitioning into a new role at that time and purpose. The first floor, so by reconfiguring it of the former administrative offices, this new space enabled the Alliance to host members and visitors at larger educational, cultural gatherings and events, and it continues to serve that purpose today. Next slide. Another aspect of the significance of the building is embodied in its long-standing use as the editorial office and printing plant for the highly influential and widely distributed Lithuanian language newspaper, and I hope I pronounce this correctly, Tėvonė, or Fatherland. The publication served as a source to keep Lithuanian Americans abreast of pertinent information related to Lithuanian culture, politics, and current events in their home country. So on the left is the current, cover page of what is presented today for the newsletter. The top right, some example typesetting blocks from, back in the day. Bottom right is a historic image of the printing press. Next slide. Over the years, the Alliance has repeatedly reshaped itself according to the needs of its members and constituents. The building retains a high degree of integrity and continues to represent the history of Eastern European immigrants in the city and region. The period of significance is 1910 to 1976, encompassing the period from when the Alliance purchased the building to when the first floor was reconfigured to that open plan for cultural events to support its operations and expand the Alliance's mission to include cultural programming for its Lithuanian American constituents. Now, we have a letter of support from the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. We also have a letter of support from the Ambassador of Lithuania to the United States. And we also have a letter of support from the Lithuanian American Community Inc. organization. The listing is honorary, but the building is within the boundaries of the larger Empire Station complex, that redevelopment around Penn Station. So this is one of the reasons, not just honoring their community, their history and the significance, but also some added protection for their building. The nomination was prepared by Michelle Boyd with Building Conservation Associates, and I believe she's on the call today, answer any questions. Other speakers, I think we do have some other guests, but they just want to listen in. So any questions or comments on the draft?
This is Wynn. Linda, there must have been a lot of excitement in this building in 1989 when Lithuania achieved its independence, and even more excitement when Russia invaded nearby Ukraine. Do you know whether the purpose and function of the association has changed as a result of these?
That is a good question. I would have to speak to the Alliance on that. I'm not sure if they are on the call today or if Michelle might know, but that is an excellent question.
This is Carol, and I wanted to make the comment that your fascinating detailed description of the establishment and development of this influential benevolent organization really provides a compelling case for how the nomination meets the criteria in the law, in my view.
Yeah, nicely said. Do any of the guests want to address any of the questions that have arisen? It would be really cool.
This is Michelle Boyd. I'm the Director of Preservation Services for Building Conservation Associates. We're the consultant that prepared the nomination, working with a deeply dedicated team at Lithuanian Alliance. And I do want to just mention that we're very grateful to Linda for all her assistance. I cannot speak to the 1989 achievement of Lithuanian independence, but I do know that there's a lot of emotion and concern regarding the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So there's certainly deeply held advocacy for the Ukrainians in this situation among the Alliance members today.
Thank you for that. Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion to approve?
It's Carol, so moved.
And a second?
This is Erica. I'll second.
Thank you. Anyone opposed or abstaining? There being none, this passes by unanimous consent.
Thank you. Next, the Richmondtown Historic District is located in the Richmondtown neighborhood of Central Staten Island. The district comprises the nucleus of the historic village of Richmond, which has been redefined and incorporated as the museum village known as Historic Richmondtown. The museum includes both buildings on their original sites and buildings moved into the museum at a later date. The district also includes a small number of properties that immediately surround the museum village that retain their original village location and setting. Together, these two entities illustrate the history of the village for over nearly 3 centuries. The boundaries of the district were drawn to encompass the largest area of intact historic resources that represent the settlement and development of the village of Richmond between circa 1670 to 1975, which is the period of significance, and illustrate its two intertwined identities as a historic community and as a museum village that represents the community's interpretation of its earliest settlement and development. We have a total of 45 resources identified, including 35 contributing, 6 non-contributing. The district also includes 4 previously listed properties. And on the left is a map over the aerial, and on the right, that's a cover page of one of the brochures for Richmondtown from 1970s. Next slide. The general appearance of the district is that of a village with a built environment embodying 18th, 19th, and early 20th century development. There is no obvious physical or geographical distinction between the historic village and the museum village. Rather, the historic district synthesizes museum and interpretive components with the authentic fabric of the former village of Richmond. The overall layout of the village remains remarkably intact to the 19th century, reflecting the original concept for historic Richmondtown, as the preservation of an existing historic place where moved buildings and museum buildings will be added judiciously to recapture the general character and land use of the village in its heyday. Next slide. The defining physical characteristics of the district embody its two principal identities as a historic community and a museum village. Many of the buildings and landscape features within the district reflect both these identities in a single artifact. The physical character of Richmondtown as a historic community is embodied in its sites, landscape features, buildings, and structures of various types, ranging in date from the 17th century through the early 20th century. Extant in situ buildings include early vernacular residential and commercial buildings dating to the 18th and 19th centuries. A few 19th century government buildings constructed during the period when Richmond served as the county seat are also represented. 2 churches built in the 19th century and several 20th century buildings include a public school, also related to the historic community. The top left, we just got a view from Richmondtown Road around 1963. Bottom left, historic image of the 1855 parsonage. And on the right, a nice photo of some school kids in front of the public school 28 that was built 1907 and 28 that now houses the Staten Island Historical Society Library. Next slide. The second defining characteristic of the district as a museum village is embodied in part in the same features related to its character as a historic community, as these features have been modified, interpreted, and otherwise incorporated into the museum village of Richmondtown since the time of the museum village's inception, beginning with Staten Island Historical Society's first acquisition of property in Richmondtown in 1933. The earliest conception and development of historic Richmondtown as a museum village began with 2 central figures, Laurie McMillan and William T. Davis. Before the village was conceived as a full-scale museum village, the groundwork was being laid through the activities of Davis, McMillan, and others affiliated with the Historical Society from the very early 1930s through the first half of the 1940s. In the decades that followed, the village was assembled, restored, and interpreted, and was essentially completed by 1975, the year after which McMillan stepped down as the director of Historic Richmondtown. Bottom left is a group photo, a 1956 photo showing there was a Richmondtown model. It does include in the group, Lauren McMillan is in there. Top right is the inside of that brochure that was on the first page showing the general layout of the buildings. Next slide. In addition to the district's physical character as a museum village is embodied in the historic buildings that were moved to the village from other areas of Staten Island for incorporation into the museum. Many of these early residential and commercial buildings that reflect the vernacular building traditions of Staten Island from the late 17th century through the late 19th century. The district's character as a museum village is further represented in buildings, structures, and landscape features that were recreated by historic Richmond town. Landscape features such as fences and stone walls also reflect the district's physical character as a historic museum village, as do buildings that were created as museum facilities. Nice variety of photos here, some of the buildings in process of being moved in the 1960s. We have a photo on the top left, around the 1980s actually, just working on one of the buildings in the village. Next slide. Going into some current views now, the Richmond Town Historic District is eligible under Criterion A in the area of settlement and community development as an intact Staten Island village and neighborhood, the former county seat, which contains buildings, structures, and sites that embody the village's history and reflect Staten Island's development from the 17th century through the early 20th century. And this is a photo looking northeast at the intersection of Center Street and Court Place. And that is toward the Stevens Black House and General Store. Next slide. The district is also eligible under Criterion A in the area of entertainment recreation, as it encompasses a museum village conceived in the 1930s and 40s and fully brought to fruition in the mid-1970s that exemplifies attitudes about preserving the past in that era. The museum village was created for the purposes of preserving Staten Island's built heritage, material culture, to educate the public on local history, architecture, and cultural traditions in a village setting that provided opportunities for public recreation. As such, the design and plan of the museum village sought to preserve the existing roadways, buildings, and landscape features of the area, while carefully introducing moved buildings and museum buildings on vacant sites to evoke the overall character of the village of Richmond in its heyday. And this is a photo looking along with Center Street. You see the 3rd County Courthouse on the left. Next slide. The district is also eligible under Criterion C in the area of architecture. The collection of buildings and structures in the district represents an unparalleled collection of buildings illustrating the development of Staten Island from the 18th century through the turn of the 20th century, including vernacular houses, religious buildings, commercial properties, government buildings, and other property types. In particular, the district contains a rare collection of individually significant late 18th and early 19th century rural vernacular houses, many illustrating New World Dutch building traditions. And this is looking southeast along Richmond Road near Arthur Kill Road. Next slide. Lastly, a lot of criteria of significance. Lastly, the district is eligible under Criterion D in the area of archaeology, historic and aboriginal, for its potential to yield information about the area's history through future archaeological investigations. Previous archaeological documentary studies have identified historic Richmond town and its vicinity as possessing sensitivity for intact historic period archaeological resources. And research questions have been developed based on scholarly research and testing. And this is a photo of the Church of St. Andrew and the cemetery. And this is one of the previously listed properties. Next slide. Last one. We do have a letter of support from the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. No letters of objection. There's only a few owners between the city agencies, Historic Richmond Town, and the 2 churches. We do have on the call Molly McDonald with AKRF. She prepared the nomination. And we also have Jessica Phillips, Chief Executive Officer with Historic Richmond Town. And I believe Jessica wanted to say a few words.
I couldn't follow up Linda's presentation with anything with more weight to it. So I just really I'm excited. This has been over 25 years in the making to get this designation, and we're very excited. Thank you.
Okay, Linda, if you're done, I will ask if there are any questions or comments about the Richmond Town Historic District.
Yes, this is Carol. And from a citywide perspective, the fact that so few early vernacular buildings survive elsewhere in Staten Island or even anywhere else in the 5 boroughs really makes it a worthy nomination. I have a question, though, about how does historic Richmond Town compare to other folk museums that might be listed on the state or national register? Do we know that, or could we find that out? Because it seems to be it could provide a context for understanding, how it compares.
It's an interesting question. If I can just jump in here, and I had the same exact thought because I'm familiar in Western New York here with Genesee Country Museum in Mumford, and that's a little bit different situation where I think some of the buildings have been moved quite far to what's really an artificial location. I think in this context, you have buildings that are moved a little bit from the surrounding township, and I feel like there's better cohesion there, and that there might be a qualitative difference between the National Register eligibility of this district and something like Genesee Country Museum.
Indeed, I agree exactly with what you said, Doug.
This is Wynn. I remember going back a number of years. This was a matter of controversy with the National Park Service, and they were quite opposed to this sort of listing. Maybe they're making an exception now because in this case, there's a substantial amount of historic fabric in place and other items that have been moved from elsewhere on Staten Island. But I can remember that old Bethpage and Farmers Museum in Cooperstown and the Genesee Valley Museum we were told couldn't proceed. And there was another case near Albany called Eastfield Village, where buildings have been brought together and the trades related to those buildings, like the tinsmith and the forge and the shingle makers and so forth, were being taught. And the guy who started that was running out of money, and he tried to get state parks to acquire it and to operate it in the future, and was told reluctantly that we couldn't be in that business. So this is an interesting question. Has the Park Service changed its policy?
This is Kathy Howe. Yeah, I do want to say one of the things that is with the passage of time, right? So in this particular instance, this one actually, I believe, came to the board many, many years ago. But with the passage of time and that perspective for these types of organizations like Historic Richmond Town, and the fact in this case that they actually had a concerted sort of effort and plan and sort of a mission, that in its own right has taken on significance. So I think that really helps to build this particular case. We have listed other museum villages in New York State. We can certainly, add information on that to the nomination. I don't know if Alexis, we do have actually a guest today, but I don't want to put her on the spot. Alexis Abernathy from the National Park Service is listening in today. So as well, I don't know if she wants to say anything or not, but she will be reviewing this. So does anyone else have anything to add? I don't know, Cass, did you have?
Yeah, I do. When you might remember when we did the Glimmerglass District, before that, we were about to list the Farmers Museum independently. And the idea being that it was old enough that we were listing it as an example of preservation itself. And I think Linda said it in her presentation, and Molly did include it in her draft, that it's eligible as a way of looking at the past in the early days. You know, this was the 40s and 50s. This is the way they looked at the past. And now that very attitude is 50 years old. And the other thing is, this is so interesting because rather than create what they used to call a preservation zoo, like putting it, you know, creating an artificial village, in this case, they mostly filled in lots that were already in their village with other houses from Staten Island. And that's a very interesting approach. And they had a whole plan for doing so. And so that can be, you know, that whole approach is can be explained and put into context. And then third of all, the other thing we considered with this one is that, though, as Carol brought up, the rarity and significance of those individual early houses, like you're looking at in that slide right there. A moved building can be significant individually if it's a rare example of its type. And so we also considered those individually eligible because they're rare examples of 18th and early 19th century architecture on Long Island or in Staten Island. So we looked at it 3 different ways. And we actually have, as Kathy said, we've listed one in Suffolk County and the Genesee County Museum. So yes, when that has changed, and I've read other kinds of nominations for other kinds of museum villages in other states as well. So now they are looked at as a way of looking at the past if they're old enough, and they're eligible on that basis, and others.
Yeah, and I'll just add one thing to that, Kath. What makes this one is very special in sort of the museum village approach, because as you said, they are filling in the empty lot. So I think it's really unique. I don't know of any other museum village like this. And then, of course, what is also very special about this, the multiple layers and the archaeological, you know, potential here.
Exactly.
So there's so many layers that make this such a rich historic village. Thank you.
I think the way Molly described it, that it has 2 identities that are melded, I thought that was really excellent. And I know she did consider, I don't know if Molly, do you want to add anything?
Sure, yeah, thanks. I guess I would just agree that it's one of the few open air museums in New York State. You know, if this goes through, that would be listed as a historic district. But I think that's in part because it's a really early example of, you know, a museum village that came together, you know, starting in the 30s with William T. Davis, who's sort of a legendary, you know, figure in Staten Island history beginning in the 19th century, and then really coming to fruition with the help of Robert Moses. So it's sort of just the formation of the museum village itself and the conception of it is in and of itself sort of a really interesting chapter in the history of Staten Island and in the history of open air museums.
Thank you very much for that colloquy. I think it's very informative, and I'm entirely in support of this nomination. I'd be very happy to move it.
I'd like to ask a couple more questions, particularly about the use of Criterion D as as one of 2 archaeologists in the room. So as I was reading this form, in section 7 on page 8, there's a reference to no archaeology done, no evaluation, and no significance established. Section 8, page 12 through 13 covers it. But I'm curious as to sort of what level, I mean, I totally agree that there's archaeological potential here, but I'm curious as to if there was any actual testing. Did somebody put a shovel into the dirt and excavate and find artifacts in any particular locations? Or are we talking just about the potential based on, you know, phase 1A background research? Can somebody address that?
This is Kathy. I am not an archaeologist, and I may defer to Molly, who does have archaeological training. But I know there have been archaeological excavations on some of the sites here within the village. So I don't know, Molly, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, Molly and Dan Bagwell.
Yeah, I could speak to some of the archaeology. I think because we actually communicated with the National Park Service on this as well, and internally worked with a couple staff members in the archaeology unit, because there was some phase 1A work done, and there was some testing, but the records, it wasn't clear enough, you know, the exact location of a site, its dimensions, it wasn't clear enough to really say whether or not this is a contributing archaeological site. So we felt that we wanted to leave the door open, that obvious there's like a high level, low potential, medium potential for archaeological resources, that we wanted to capture it in that method, and then keep the door open for in the future if there are phase 2 excavations that would really delineate an archaeological site. At that time, we could certainly update the nomination and quantify any archaeological sites that have been identified. Molly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I guess I would just say that in the 1980s, there was a sort of a comprehensive city-funded assessment of sort of the greater Richmond town area done by Shireen Bauer and Ed Lennick. So that was sort of a unique overview study, sort of a phase 1A level, assessing the overall archaeological potential of Richmond town. And since that time, there have been some, you know, field studies here and there. So I think based on, you know, what Linda and Kathy and others, they came down on the side of identifying the potential, but not calling out specific archaeological sites due to the sort of relative lack of actual in-ground testing.
But you did establish research questions, which is one of the criteria you need for that, right?
And you know, I don't want to nitpick it too much, but typically, you know, phase 2 level archaeology is the level at which you make it, because the purpose of that phase is to make a determination of National Register eligibility for below ground resources. Yeah, okay. Other questions or comments?
I just wanted, it's Carol, I wanted to say that all this discussion has been clarifying.
Oh, indeed, indeed. Are there reports to reference in the bibliography? Forgive me for not looking at this more carefully before asking this question, but are any of those reports part of the bibliographic listings for this nomination form? Any of the archaeology reports?
Yes.
They are.
Great, thank you.
We can look at that a little bit more carefully, make sure that we've said it correctly.
I think you should streamline the discussion of the use of Criterion D, make it clear what that's based on. But yeah. All right, if there are no other questions or comments, I guess we're looking for a motion.
I'll move it.
Carol, go ahead, Wint, you take it.
Yes, Wint moves it.
Wint with the motion and Carol with the
Carol,
second.
second. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Any abstaining or opposed? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent. Moving on to West Harlem.
All right, my last one for today. All right. The West Harlem Historic District is located on the west side of Upper Manhattan in New York County. It encompasses all or part of 42 blocks and is generally bounded on the south by West 135th Street, on the west Riverside Drive, to the north West 153rd Street, and on the east by Amsterdam Avenue. Overall, the district contains 907 total resources, including 873 contributing buildings, 4 contributing sites, 1 contributing object, and 29 contributing buildings. Next slide. West Harlem is architecturally distinct from its neighboring areas in the consistency and style and scale. The neighborhood is remarkably cohesive, consisting almost entirely of 3-story row houses and 6-story apartment buildings. Many of the buildings have been built in pairs, groups of 3 or more, or expansive rows of more than 10, creating a sense of consistency throughout the district. The entire district is densely built up, and most blocks are fully built out, and most buildings are built within a 20-year span between 1890 and 1910. Broadway and Amsterdam Avenue are the commercial corridors of the district. Most of the apartment buildings and tenements along these routes contain ground floor commercial storefronts. There are a few standalone commercial buildings, which are typically 1- or 2-story buildings on Broadway. The district also contains institutional buildings, including fire stations, police buildings, a post office, a public library, several churches and religious institutions, and several school buildings. We have the historic map, 1885 on the top, and a map of the district on the bottom that really goes into, breaking down of the buildings color-coded by date of construction. Next slide. The West Harlem Historic District is significant under Criterion A in the areas of social history, civil rights, and ethnic heritage Black for its association with New York City's Black community and the related issues of housing, discrimination, red lines, civil rights, and Black culture that played major roles in the history and development of the neighborhood and the experiences of the African American people who lived there, owned property, and influenced its patterns of development. As Harlem developed as the capital of Black America in the early 20th century, housing discrimination persisted in West Harlem through the 1940s. Black community leaders, including Adam Clayton Powell Jr., Eugene Ramsey, and Dr. Charles Ford, fought against racial landlords by buying and racially integrating apartment buildings on Riverside Drive, thus expanding the basic civil right of public access to accommodation to a large segment of Harlem's population. As a result, the center of Harlem society shifted from Sugar Hill to West Harlem for the mid-1940s through the 1960s. The new Harlem elite on Riverside Drive was influential in Harlem high society, the civil rights movement, politics, public service, and Black culture. Additionally, the Black middle class and working class of Harlem expanded into the district as part of the growing unofficial capital of Black America. In this photo, just showing some of the significant residents. Picking Court, this was actually purchased by Adam Clayton Powell Jr. and his wife, singer Hazel Scott, purchased in 1946. This is along Riverside Drive. Some of the residents, Dr. William Henry Dean, who is an economist for the United Nations as chief of the African unit within the Economic Development Division. Also Mary Anderson, a very well-known singer, and husband architect Orpheus H. Fisher. They were residents in the late 1950s. Next slide. This is a photo of the Beaumont, also on Riverside Drive. Eugene Ramsey, in 1944, purchased this building. Some of these significant residents, Ralph Ellison, whose novel Invisible Man, in 1952, was a seminal work of American literature and the Black experience. He lived at the Beaumont from 1964 until his death in 1994. James R. Dumpson, the first African-American New York City Welfare Commissioner from 1959 to 1965. More information, the consultant, Bill Murish, who actually is on the call today, he really dove in and did his research. So far more information, listings about the residents and their roles in the community can be found in the nomination. Next slide. The district is also significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture for its collection of residential, commercial, and religious architecture, reflecting the district's rapid transformation from a suburban village to a dense urban neighborhood in a short 30-year period. The district is characterized by an outstanding cohesive collection of late 19th and early 20th century residential architecture with an overwhelming representation of the new law apartment house type. Much of the district's architecture exemplifies the Renaissance Revival style, which adorns over 2/3 of its buildings and reflects the progressive design and planning philosophies popularized through the Columbian Exposition and City Beautiful movement. Its buildings include works by prolific and prominent architects, both local and national, such as McKim, Mead and White, George and Edward Blum, and Thomas Lamb. Additionally, the neighborhood is especially noteworthy for the number of successionist influenced buildings designed early and at a significant point in the career of master apartment house architect Emery Roth. The district's stylistic consistency is due to the sheer number of buildings designed by only a few architects, specializing in speculative housing for the masses. About half of West Harlem's buildings were designed by only 6 firms. And these photos, we're going to be diving into some of the buildings now. These represent some of the earliest buildings in the district associated with the former village of Carmansville. And this area is in the northeast corner of the district. We have the former 34th Police Precinct and former police garage. This is previously listed. The former Loth and Company Silk Ribbon Factory on the bottom left, and the Gothic Revival style former Washington Heights Methodist Church on the right. Next slide. Most of the buildings can be described as Renaissance Revival or other related eclectic hybrid styles. Other styles found in the district are Italianate, Gothic Revival, Second Empire, Neo-Grec, Romanesque, Queen Anne, Beaux-Arts, Arts and Crafts, and Art Deco, little of everything. The district's blocks retain a high degree of integrity, both individually and collectively. And there are a relatively small number of non-contributing buildings. We have the top left, we have some examples of some row houses, West 45th Street. Bottom left, some additional row houses. This is around Hamilton Place. And on the right, tenement and storefront, Renaissance Revival. Next slide. Moving on to apartment buildings, top left, Riverside Drive. On the right, again, more along Riverside Drive. Bottom left, this is an apartment building on 153rd Street. This has some of that successionist ornament on the exterior. Next slide. Detail of some of the ornament found on the buildings. We have a lot of the tile, laurel leaf panels. We have geometric cornice, limestone lined heads, carved window surrounds. We have some art and craft style tile work on the bottom right. Next slide. Other representative building types, the former Hamilton Theater is on the left, that is on Broadway. Top right, Firehouse Engine Company 80, Hook and Ladder 23 on West 139th. We have former synagogue on West 150th Street on the bottom right. Next slide. And we do have a few buildings that are representative of toward the end of the pier significance. On the left is Riverview Towers that were built in 1964. Public School 192 on the bottom right, that's a Hamilton Grange Middle School, built 1952. And on the top right, we have the Jacob Schiff Playground, and that's right in front of Public School 192 on Amsterdam Avenue. Next slide. The pier significance extends from circa 1960, which includes the extant buildings associated with the former village of Carmansville, and then until 1972, when the first demolition and redevelopment of historic urban apartment buildings occurred for the construction of Public School 153. The period encompasses the neighborhood's early development, rapid urban growth at the turn of the 20th century, and the development of a community of prominent figures in Black culture and civil rights in the mid-20th century. And then it ends with the first major demolition of historic buildings for redevelopment. We do have a letter of support from one of the property owners. The New York State LPC, they did provide a letter. They did not say whether it met the National Register criteria. When the CLG draft was sent, due to the size, we did not have a map of the non-contributing resources. And they also felt that they wanted, there was historic images in the nomination. They wanted to compare those contemporary images. So they want to evaluate integrity a little bit more. We don't require that of our consultants, but we did have since provided LPC with the map of contributing, non-contributing resources. So if they feel that they want to send an updated letter, they can. Out of this district, we had 9 letters of objection. That's a very, very small percentage. And either they just, typical, they don't want to be in a historic district, or, they do get it a little confused with the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission and what it means to be a city landmark versus National Register. And now, while this listing is honorific, the entire district is within a qualifying census tract. So that means that owners of contributing buildings are eligible for both the state homeowner and the state and federal commercial tax credit programs, which is great. We've already received some inquiries about that. The nomination was funded in part by the Preservation League of New York State, Ascendant Neighborhood Development, Harlem One Stop Inc., and the West Harlem Community Preservation Organization. We do have on the call the consultant, Bill Marish, who prepared the nomination. Hats off to him. This is a huge, huge undertaking. And we also have the project sponsor, Yuen Chin. She is the executive director with the West Harlem Community Preservation Organization. I do think there are a few other people that want to see a few words, but Yuen, if you're on the call, I think you are, if you want to say a few words about the nomination. Oh, I don't think she's on.
Are there other guests that want to talk about this a little bit? Okay, well, I have a question. I mean, do you think that the fact that this will be eligible for the tax credit program will result in a lot of adaptive reuse and sort of drive an economic engine of redevelopment throughout this district?
Well, I hope this helps property owners certainly help to maintain their buildings. We have a lot of apartment buildings, co-ops. We get a lot of those for the homeowner credit. So I'm hoping that this will help facilitate the residents be able to add that financial incentive.
Absolutely, absolutely. Other questions or comments about Harlem?
This is Carol. This is indeed a remarkably intact district, and the nomination undoubtedly is exceptionally researched and well written. Good job, Bill.
Fantastic. Anyone else would like to say something about this or ask a question? And if not, do I hear a motion to approve?
It's Carol, so moved.
This is Jay, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any abstaining or opposed? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Linda. All right, up next is Aaron Zernecki and the Fort Plain Historic District boundary increase and additional documentation, Montgomery County.
Good afternoon, this is Erin Zernecki. The existing Fort Plain Historic District in Montgomery County was listed on the National Register in 2012 in the areas of settlement, community development, commerce, transportation, and architecture for its association with the Erie Canal and its growth as a canal village. The village core retains architectural resources and historic features, notably its 19th century commercial streetscape paralleling the former Erie Canal and the Otsquago Creek. The existing historic district includes 459 properties with a period of significance for the Fort Plain Historic District circa 1786 to 1938. Next slide. The 2012 nomination required a high degree of historic integrity for individual properties rather than considering the development patterns of the village and illustrating the residential streetscapes. The Fort Plain Historic District boundary increase incorporates 7 geographic areas, lobes of development radiating from the existing historic district, that document historic themes set out in the Statement of Significance. Collectively, these 7 geographic areas represent the expanding residential neighborhoods in Fort Plain from its origins through the post-World War II era. The period of significance has been extended to 1972 and covers renewed construction activity in the mid-20th century. Next slide. Boundary increase areas south and west of the village core reflect early development along the Erie Canal and Otsquago Creek. The Lockville neighborhood, seen in the upper right, was a canal-side neighborhood located between the Erie Canal Lock and the aqueduct that carried the canal over the creek. The neighborhood to the west, the left and bottom right pictures, developed along the Atsquago Creek, where a silk mill and a brewery operated in the late 19th century. None of the mills survive, but the residential streetscape retains late 19th century housing. Next slide. 20th century development is represented along the Canal Street north of the existing historic district, where the original Erie Canal Prison was filled in during the mid-20th century, and also Prospect Hill to the south, where lots were laid out in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, but not developed until after World War II, when demand for housing led to a small boom in development of the periphery areas of the village. A new elementary school was built at the west end of Clyde Street as well in 1955, adjacent to an older subdivision of village houses, but also led to the development of High and Wagner Streets west of the existing historic district. These photos represent some of the mid-20th century housing that was not included in the 2012 nomination. And these architectural styles include capes, ranches, and mid-century modern designs. Next slide, please. The Fort Plain Historic District boundary increase adds a total of 227 primary contributing buildings, 47 primary non-contributing buildings, and changes the status of 7 residential buildings in the existing historic district that were considered non-contributing because of their year of construction. This nomination is sponsored by the Village and the Greater Mohawk Valley Land Bank to open up more opportunities for homeowners and business owners to utilize the tax credit programs. At this time, I have not received any letters of objection. This is the Fort Plain Historic District boundary increase. Any questions?
Questions or comments about Fort Plain? If there are none, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
This is Wayne. I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
This is Jennifer Lemack. I will.
Any abstaining or opposed? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Chairman, this is Daniel
Yes.
McKay.
Yep.
I want to throw a question at Jay DiLorenzo, if I might. Jay, or Aaron, perhaps you also can detail, but I believe the 2012, the listing of the initial district in Fort Plain dating to 2012 was league funded. Does that ring a bell, Jay?
Yes. Yeah.
So I want to give credit here, certainly for that initial investment 10 years ago. But note in this instance that the boundary increase has been adopted. The impetus for the boundary increase is coming from local players. And because I hope that demonstrates that the value of the initial investment, Preserve New York, Preservation League, others, has really been adapted and embraced by local government and other entities in Montgomery County. So I just think that's an interesting distinction to note, that this boundary increase, the motivation and costs recovered have evolved from the initial investment that Preserve New York and the League made. So kudos to all parties. This is great to see Fort Plain continuing to pursue this.
Thank you, Daniel. Well said.
That is correct, Daniel. I'll just include also that the village did want to be able to include more residents and more businesses in the village that could have the opportunity of the tax credit.
Excellent. All right, moving to Red Rock Schoolhouse, Red Rock, Columbia County, and Jennifer Betzworth.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've got a couple of Columbia County projects for you. So we're starting here today with the Red Rock Schoolhouse. It's significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an early 19th century vernacular Greek Revival style one-room schoolhouse. It was constructed circa 1830 before many standardized plans became available, but the school is still an excellent example of that building type. Next. During the 19th century, the one-room schoolhouse settled into a recognizable building type, a one-story front gabled building with windows on 1 to 3 sides. The Red Rock Schoolhouse fits this model with some refinement in the form of simple Greek Revival details. Next. The schoolhouse is also significant under Criterion A in the area of education for its association with rural education in Columbia County. The Red Rock Schoolhouse was active for nearly 116 years. Teachers were hired from within the community or nearby to educate the student population, which generally ranged from 10 to 20 students. Next. The interior has a simple plan, an entryway with cloakrooms and a large classroom. And until desks were installed in the 1920s, students sat on the bench on the edges of the classroom. Next, you can see it a little better in the next image. Some changes were made to the building over the years, such as the addition of the barrel-vaulted ceiling in the late 19th century, the front porch, and possibly additional windows. These modifications reflect the community's continuing interest in providing an attractive and functional school. The school was closed in 1943 as a result of rural school consolidation efforts in the county. Next. The draft for the nomination was written by the Red Rock Historical Society, who own and maintain the building, and they're very excited about this nomination project. That is the Red Rock Schoolhouse.
Questions or comments about the Red Rock Schoolhouse? Or a motion to approve?
I'll move it. This is Wint.
Thank you, Wint. Do I have a second? Well, I'd be happy to second it. Any abstaining or opposed? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent.
Thank you. I know they'll be very pleased to hear that news.
That's great.
This is the Mulder Miller House. It's significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an example of a large federal and Greek Revival stone residence in Columbia County and its evolution over 125 years of use. Next. Constructed circa 1790, it is among a handful of rare surviving early houses in the area and is particularly unusual for its stone construction. The house is being nominated in association with the architectural and historic resources of the hamlet of Claverack MPDF. Next. The building preserves its original late 18th century form, massing, and plan, features Greek Revival updates, and has late 19th and early 20th century modifications reflecting the property's use as a country home. Next. There's a little bit of a detail shot of that side addition that you could see in the early images. You can't quite see it there, but that exterior door is 2 feet away from an interior door on the other side, which is kind of interesting. Next. The house is additionally locally significant under Criterion A in the area of settlement for its long association with the Mulder Miller family, an early and prominent family in Claverack. The house was constructed by Joachim Mulder, the grandson of Cornelis Mulder, who had immigrated to New Netherlands with Jeremias van Rensselaer. Next. Cornelis leased 1,000 acres from the Van Rensselaers, and that land was later transferred to the Mulders outright. Joachim and his father Killian were both involved in the American Revolution, and the family did own slaves, some of whom were named in Killian's will. Their names are included in the nomination. Next. Members of the family continued to operate the property as a farm and orchard through the 19th century. And I think this stair and this image of the stair is particularly interesting because the lower part of the staircase shows a colonial revival refresh of the stair, while the upper portions are very much federal. Actual colonial. Next. Here's a view of the rear of the building and the property, which gives a sense of the openness of the landscape and also takes in the caretaker's house. Next. Kitty Miller, the last descendant to own the house, and her husband, Clarence Schenck, used the property as a country home in the early 20th century. This combination garage and caretaker apartment was constructed during their ownership, which ended in 1913. Next. And that is the Mulder Miller House. The draft was written by Claverack historian Jean Laporta and by two of the new owners of the building, Alessandra and Danny Messing. They were interested and learned about listing through the homeowner tax credit program. They've already put in the first part of their application, and they're excited about participating in the National Register and using that credit. Are there any questions on this one?
Yeah, this is Doug Corelli. I have a quick question. There's two contributing properties, but there's also the orchard, the koi pond, and the garden. I mean,
Right.
was there ever any consideration of making those sort of contributing features of this nomination?
So the koi pond and the garden are very recent.
Oh, okay.
I know
Apologies.
there's some things in there. It talked about how like the last owner before this was a bit of a carpenter, and he did a few things on his own. So those seem to be late 20th century things. There's a little bit of orchard, and I asked some questions about it. It seems like it's a tiny remnant of something that was much larger. So we decided to just leave it in the description of the landscape for now, but that's something I could look at some more.
Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
This is Erica. I'll move.
And a second?
This is Carol. I'll second it.
Thank you. Any opposed or abstaining? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to James Carter and the Cameo Theater in Binghamton.
Hello, can everyone hear me all right?
Yep, you sound good.
Perfect. So the Cameo Theater, located at 234 Robinson Street in Binghamton, Broome County. The Cameo is eligible for listing under Criterion A in the area of entertainment and recreation, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture. The theater is an example of a small, early 20th century neighborhood movie theater in the East Side neighborhood of Binghamton, and a distinctive intact work of local architect Gerald G. Schenck. The period of significance extends from 1928 to 1939, beginning with the year of construction and ending when the current modern marquee was installed above the main entrance. And toward the end here, I'll show you a picture of the original marquee. Next slide. Built between 1927 and 1928, the Cameo is a small neighborhood theater of brick, hollow block, and steel frame construction, set upon a concrete foundation with a rectangular footprint measuring 48 by 150 feet. The theater is divided into two sections. The front two-story section contains the lobby, office, and stairwell to the second floor, which the second floor contains a projection booth and apartments. And then the second section is the long rectangular rear section, which houses the auditorium. Next slide, please. Both sections of the theater's first story are deteriorated and have been stripped of their interior finishes and ornament, but retain their spatial configuration. The auditorium, though stripped of its seating, screen, and audio equipment, remains clearly readable as a cinema auditorium. That's the pictures at the bottom there. The lobby similarly retains integrity of feeling and association. Apartments in a former projection room at the second story above the front section of the theater retain their spatial arrangement, with the projection room retaining the subdued and isolated feeling typical of such a space. I didn't include a photo of it, but it's just sort of a windowless, tiny, like boxed room. Next slide, please. The Cameo opened as a silent film venue, but began to show pictures with sound as early as 1929. Under a series of owners, both regional and local, the Cameo became a popular East Side entertainment spot and remained open until 2001. It was one of numerous small-scale neighborhood movie houses that dotted Binghamton's neighborhoods in the first half of the 20th century, and it is the only one of its type to survive. So Gerald G. Schenck was a well-known local architect who trained in the office of regional master Sanford O. Lacey. Schenck designed many schools, theaters, and clubhouses in the region. The Cameo is especially distinctive as an example of Schenck's reductionist modern style, an idiom that he learned from Lacey and continued to develop on his own. The reductionist style appears to have been Lacey's attempt to develop a form of modern design and the work of Lacey and Schenck can be understood as a regional form of modernism. Like other buildings in this mode, the Cameo is characterized by a concrete and steel frame, abstracted geometric forms, and scored buff brick in various configurations to create banding and frame openings. The use of inset terracotta diamonds is another characteristic element of Schenck's work in this style. The Cameo retains much of its original exterior design and internal functional arrangements of spaces. The most significant alterations of the building include an updated marquee in 1939. You can see the original one in the top left, and then the current marquee from 1939 in the bottom at the premiere of the Star Trek movie, and more recent removal of interior decorative finishes and seating. The ticket booth shown up in the upper right has also been removed. The Cameo Theater is currently in the early stages of rehabilitation, and the property owner is hoping to apply for 2022 CFA funding to support the building's rehabilitation. The nomination has received a letter of support from the City of Binghamton's Commission on Architecture and Urban Design, as well as the Mayor of Binghamton, Jared M. Cram. And so that's the Cameo Theater.
You know offhand what year that first Star Trek movie was? Here's that photo.
I don't recall the specific year. I mean, it's got there are probably some Trekkies amongst us who could answer that question.
Yeah, I wonder if there are. This must be that first modern Star Trek film based on that car. Interesting. Any hand-wringing or consternation about the integrity? I mean, how would you characterize the interior integrity of this building and the lack of seats and all of that?
I mean, the City of Binghamton's Commission on Architecture and Urban Design thought it was great to move forward. I think it's very clear to me, at least in the active theater spaces. I mean, when you walk in, regardless of, just from the photography, you can kind of get the sense if you want to move back up to the interior photos. I mean, like you can see where in that sort of the top left there is the lobby. That would have been like a concessions area. Right. I mean, it very much reads as an auditorium space still. So I think the lack of the sort of theater features, especially considering that it's also eligible under Criterion C for architecture, I think,
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Plays out quite well. Yeah.
There's no projection equipment in the projection room?
At the moment, I believe it's been removed. Yes. So I don't think there's anything up there anymore.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions or comments about the Cameo Theater?
Star Trek, the motion picture, came out in '79.
Thank you.
79.
Yeah.
Later than I thought.
That's what it says.
Can you read a review? Okay. Do I have a motion?
And I will make the motion since I am the Trekkie.
Since you did on-the-fly research about the Star Trek movie, we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
This is Carol. I'm happy to second it.
Wonderful. Any abstained or opposed? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent.
Moving on to the Sheltered Workshop for the Disabled building, also in Binghamton. The Sheltered Workshop for the Disabled building, located at 200 to 204 Court Street in Binghamton, Broome County, is eligible for listing under Criterion A in the areas of health and medicine and industry, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture. The workshop is exceptionally significant under criteria consideration G in the area of health medicine for its continued growth and expansion of skills, training, and medical services to the disabled community of Broome County through 1985. The period of significance begins with the construction of the original portion of the building in 1947 and extends to 1985 when the Sheltered Workshop's subsidiary, Rehabilitation Services, which also operated out of the building, vacated, marking the beginning of a steady decline of operations before eventual closure of the Sheltered Workshop in 2011. This period encompasses all major alterations completed by the Sheltered Workshop for the Disabled and its subsidiary Rehabilitation Services during their height of operations and expansion. Next slide. So the Sheltered Workshop for the Disabled building is located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Court and Stuyvesant Streets in the city of Binghamton. It is a large 3-story flat-roofed factory composed of 3 distinct sections of separate vintages, construction methods, and architectural styles, approximately aligning with their respective addresses of 200, 202, and 204 Court Street. So even though this is one building, I'll refer to them going forward as sort of 200, 202, and 204. And that's sort of, there's clear maps and stuff in the nomination that sort of help depict that breakup a little easier. The building was constructed in phases beginning in 1947 with subsequent additions and expansions completed in 1949, 1954, 1959, 1970, and 1981. The 3 sections of the building are visually unified with the consistent use of brick as the chief cladding material along the 2 primary north and east elevations. Next slide. The interior of the building is divided into the following 3 primary programmatic spaces: offices and support, clinical, and manufacturing. The manufacturing spaces make up much of the building's floor area and are divided between 8 large workshops with about 2 open facility areas per floor level to house several types of specialized manufacturing equipment and tools. The basement of 200 Court Street, all levels of the 1981 section of 202 Court Street, and all levels except for the second floor of 204 Court Street are primarily dedicated to manufacturing. So largely a manufacturing space. The 3 above grade floors of 200 Court Street and the rear wing of 202 Court Street are dedicated to offices and support spaces, including a large cafeteria and former gymnasium. And the second floor of 204 Court Street is subdivided into smaller compartmentalized rooms and larger open areas that were formerly used as clinics for rehabilitation and occupational therapy services. The basement of all sections of the building are sparsely finished with exposed concrete block walls, concrete floors, and exposed ceiling structural elements. Next slide. Here's some historic photos of the sort of different phases as they went up. The workshop is one of 3 rare and intact examples of streamlined modern factory architecture included in the Industrial Resources of Broome County, New York, Multiple Property Documentation Form, MPDF, listed in 2012. The building is eligible for listing under Criterion C in architecture as a resource associated with miscellaneous industries per the MPDF registration requirements. It retains its large workshop spaces and numerous windows, proximity to primary transportation corridors, and phased multi-year expansion to accommodate the growing production of the sheltered workshops, or SWS. The building is also eligible for listing under Criterion A in industry as a resource associated with miscellaneous industries per the MPDF registration requirements due to its location within Broome County, substantive and extensively documented association with SWS and Rehabilitation Services, or RS, their design and use as an industrial loft type building. Next slide. So the workshop is eligible also under Criterion A in the area of health medicine for its association with mid-20th century efforts at the local and state level to promote the general welfare of people with disabilities, serving as the headquarters and central operations of the Sheltered Workshop for the Disabled, I'll call it SWS going forward, from 1947 to 2011, and Rehabilitation Services Incorporated, RS, from 1950 to 1985. It is in this area that the property meets Criterion Consideration G as exceptionally significant. SWS and RS were regionally significant as not-for-profit organizations that provided vocational training, employment, and medical care for thousands of residents of Broome County who lived with physical and mental disabilities. Beginning in the 1960s and continuing until 1985, SWS continued to expand and diversify its manufacturing capabilities and vocational skills training, while continuing to expand the number of full-time workshop employees and staff from approximately 250 to over 450, 90% of whom were persons with disabilities. Beginning in 1970, SWS established several new manufacturing departments beyond its original printing department, which had begun during the 1960s. These new departments included drafting, engineering, and small engine repair, all of which provided new training and work opportunities for nearly 30 additional employees. In contrast, in 1971, it was reported that SWS's equivalent in Albany was employing disabled individuals to assemble basic objects like lint brushes and graduating its employees to jobs with New York State, such as stocking clerks. The subsidy employee program established earlier to provide additional support and training as well as full wage employment for more severely disabled individuals was expanded through a new partnership with New York State in 1972. During the 1970s, as SWS continued to succeed and expand as a business, it shared that prosperity with the employees through the establishment of enhanced benefits, including annual bonuses and profit sharing, paid vacation, holidays, health insurance, a pension plan, and free medical treatment for all employees and their families through RS. This workshop was an exception to the norm for sheltered workshops, which by contemporary standards have been viewed as increasingly problematic due to their failure to provide equal pay for equal work to their disabled employees via their legal ability to bypass federal and state minimum wage laws and other workers' rights regulations and standards. Hence why they're called sheltered workshops. They're sheltered from those sorts of laws. In 1976, the Federal Department of Health, Education, and Welfare reported that the average wage earned by employees at the 1,700 sheltered workshops across the United States was 75 cents per hour. In stark contrast to this Broome County SWS's range of $2.30 per hour to $3.56 per hour before their addition of approximately $1.25 per hour in benefits. The federal minimum wage at that time was $2.10 per hour. Further acknowledging employees' needs beyond compensation and skills building, SWS partnered with SUNY Binghamton in late 1978 to survey and assess the housing needs of the disabled in the entire city of Binghamton. In 1980, SWS made 3 significant leaps forward. The first, developing plans for a 2-phase expansion and comprehensive renovation of the Court Street facility. The second, securing a contract with Singer Company, the successor firm to Link Aviation, to build several complete helicopter and airplane flight simulators. And the third, applying for a patent on fiber optic cabling devices that had developed internally beginning in 1977. By 1983, SWS had received 2 patents, with 4 additional pending for several innovations in fiber optic devices and cable assembly, bringing it to the forefront of the fledgling fiber optic industry. That same year, in an effort to capitalize on the assumed future of the growth of fiber optic manufacturing, the company secured its first contract to provide fiber optic cable and switching devices to the Pfizer Corporation and hired over 100 new employees. And even with that significant hiring surge, the expansion into that new high-tech manufacturing sector, 90% of the labor force and 75% of all employees at SWS continued to be individuals with disabilities. The pattern of prolonged success and expansion of SWS and its workforce notably began to falter in late 1984 into 1985, following a severe slump in the sales of their fiber optic equipment. Beginning a decade-long decline, including substantial layoffs and downsizing that concluded with a filing for bankruptcy in 2011. The continued growth and innovation of SWS in the 1960s to the 1980s distinguished it as an exceptional sheltered workshop at both both the local and state levels by providing not only significantly higher compensation, but also viable training in high-tech manufacturing for their employees, over 1,200 of whom had graduated to private industry by 1975. The Sheltered Workshop for the Disabled in Binghamton is an important display of the reality that for many people of the variety of differing abilities, their restrictions are often not disabilities, but rather the lack of social and infrastructural accommodation for their needs, and that providing access to needed resources improves the success of not only individuals, but of organizations and communities as well. This property was recently certified just last month by the National Park Service through the Part 1 PDIL process in advance of an anticipated tax credit rehabilitation. The nomination has received a letter of support from the City of Binghamton's Commission on Architecture and Urban Design, as well as the Mayor of Binghamton, Jared M. Cram. And that's the Sheltered Workshop for the Disabled building.
Thank you, James. Questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, this is Wynn. This is a program, a wonderful program that I've never heard of before, and it appears to have been prompted by the need for enhanced workforce on the home front during World War II. But it really speaks well for the Binghamton community, its philanthropy, and its great industrial organizations to initiate this and to keep it going for so many years. And one can only worry about the disappearance of organizations like this, because you can be pretty sure the people who benefited from the organization have not gone away. They will be with us forever.
Indeed. Well said. Thank you, Wynn. Other questions or comments? I noticed a reference to Indian limestone on page 7 as a description of some of the building materials used. Can you tell me more about that or what that is? Do I have that right?
That
Probably Indiana. I'm assuming
Is it supposed to be
Indiana.
Indiana? Is
Yeah,
it supposed to be Indiana limestone?
Yes,
Yeah.
that would make the most sense to me.
Yeah, I thought that an odd usage of the capital I Indian limestone. Scope that out on page 7. Apologies for making
Yes.
just a silly
No,
editorial
I'll
comment.
write that down right now. Thank you.
I should have done that privately. Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
I'll move with approval. This is Wynn.
Thank you, Wynn. A second? Well, I'll second for sure. Any opposed or abstaining? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent. On to Smith Restaurant Supply.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, the buildings at 500 and 506 Erie Boulevard East, also known as Smith Restaurant Supply in the city of Syracuse, are eligible for listing under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a distinctive, intact example of its period and type, and under Criterion A in the area of industry as a typical example of a mixed-use manufacturing commercial building that represents a long history of industrial uses characteristic of this neighborhood of the city of Syracuse. Both buildings are also significant under Criterion A in the area of commerce for their association with Smith Restaurant Supply, a regionally important multi-generational business founded in the 19th century, which moved to 500 Erie Boulevard East in 1944 and expanded into 506 Erie Boulevard East in 1967 when the buildings were interconnected. Between 1967 and 1970 and the years that followed, the joined buildings house the flourishing Smith Restaurant Supply, and both buildings retain evidence of the use and represent the company's importance in the local economy. Together, these two buildings illustrate changes in industrial architecture, document a long history of local businesses, and represent industrial and commercial development in downtown Syracuse. Next slide, please. The resources consist of two adjacent interconnected brick buildings, 500 and 506 Erie Boulevard East, that were constructed independently in different periods as manufacturing buildings and connected for a single use near the end of their period of significance. Each is a representative example of its period, style, and construction type, and together they illustrate the importance of the last business they served. The building at 500 Erie Boulevard East was constructed in 1883 and purchased in 1944 by Smith Restaurant Supply, a long-standing Syracuse business providing professional kitchen equipment and supplies, as well as housewares. The building at 506 Erie Boulevard East was constructed circa 1910 and purchased by the same company in 1967. At that time, the buildings were connected internally to serve as retail and warehousing space for Smith Restaurant Supply and various tenant businesses. Functioning as one building, 500 and 506 Erie Boulevard East continued in this capacity until Smith Restaurant Supply relocated in early 2020. Next slide, please. An approved commercial tax credit rehabilitation completed in 2022 converted the building to house 38 one-bedroom apartments and 2 ground floor commercial spaces. Each building retains integrity to its original construction period, and together they show evidence of changes made for their use by Smith Restaurant Supply. The interior of 506 Erie Boulevard East retains the exposed ceilings and interior walls and structural columns typical of an early 20th century manufacturing building. The reinforced concrete frame and floors are visible throughout most of the interior. A former freight elevator shaft is preserved in place near the center of the west wall, corresponding to the location of a rooftop bulkhead. South of the elevator shaft is a historic stairwell with painted wood handrails and treads and wood flooring at the landings. A new stair and elevator tower addition constructed in 2021 has some visible original brick exterior wall. Next slide, please. Including a repainted ghost sign advertising the Smith Restaurant Supply Company. It's also partially visible from the exterior. The buildings have a close association with Syracuse's growth as a manufacturing center in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Over roughly 60 to 80 years of occupation by various manufacturing firms, the buildings played a role in the development of several key sectors of the city's industrial economy, including products related to agriculture, bicycles, and automobiles, and tools and machinery. From 1944 to early 2020, 500 Erie Boulevard East housed Smith Restaurant Supply, a multi-generational family-owned business retaining retailing professional kitchen equipment and housewares. And then the company, again, purchased 506 in 1967, connecting the buildings. Both buildings were sold in 2019, as previously mentioned. They've been adaptively reused for commercial residential purposes as a completed and approved commercial tax credit project. The nomination has received a letter of support from Syracuse's Syracuse Landmark Preservation Board. and that is the Smith Restaurant Supply Building. Or rather, buildings.
Buildings. Questions and comments about Smith Restaurant Supply, Syracuse? A motion to approve
It's Carol, so moved.
and a second.
This is Wayne Goodman. I'll second.
Fantastic. Any opposed or abstaining? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent. All right, Syracuse Bread Company.
Great. The Syracuse Bread Company Factory, obviously in Syracuse. The Syracuse Bread Company Factory at 200 Maple Street is historically significant under Criterion A in the area of industry for its association with a period of rapid industrial growth and diversification of industries in the city. Built in 1913, the factory produced bread for more than 50 years before transitioning to an unrelated commercial function in the 1970s. The Syracuse Bread Company Factory is also significant under Criterion C as an excellent example of an early 20th century skeletal steel frame industrial building. It meets the registration requirements for property type F9 of the multiple property documentation form Industrial Resources in the city of Syracuse. Its architectural significance is enhanced by association with Ward Wellington Ward, a prolific local architect who specialized in arts and crafts residential work. The building is one of only 3 intact and commercial and industrial buildings designed by Ward in the Syracuse area, and thus meets the registration requirements for property type 3 in the Architecture of Ward Wellington Ward in Syracuse, New York, 1908 to 1932 MPDF. The period of significance extends from the initial construction of the building in 1913 through the end of its related commercial functions in 1971. Next slide. Built in phases, the building is constructed on a rectangular plan consisting of east, central, and west sections. The northeast corner was completed in 1913 and was designed by Ward Wellington Ward. The building expanded to the west around 1919 and to the south property line between 1924 and 1935. Excellent character-defining exterior features include stuccoed hollow tile walls with recessed panels on the original portion of the factory, painted brick walls and the additions that mimic the appearance of the original structure, fenestration with many original windows, modest entries on Maple Street, brick chimney, and a ghost sign advertising Bond Bread on the upper wall of the northeastern corner. Next slide. On the interior, the building retains much of its open factory floor plan, exposed steel framing, wood ceilings, concrete and wood floors, mezzanine level walkways, some metal-clad fire doors, and a concrete and brick ramp. Though most evidence of the bread factory function has been removed from the interior, the building has been minimally redeveloped and retains open floor plans, stuccoed hollow tile, and brick walls. Exposed structural steel, wooden windows with transoms, steel sash, factory-style windows, wooden floors and ceilings, historic concrete floors in the additions, pipe railings in the stairwells, and metal-clad fire doors remain extant. Next slide. Factory-produced bread was believed to be safer than the loaves produced by hand at local bakeries. Production was sanitary, streamlined, and automated. Characteristics that were associated with purity, safety, and good health, and propagated through Pure Foods' political and social advocacy. By 1913, most cities had several bread factories that were typically open for public inspection and were touted as clean and modern. The Syracuse Bread Company factory was one such facility. The Syracuse Bread Company had 2 major brands in its early years during the 1910s, Clean Made and Betsy Ross. The former brand enshrined the sanitary credentials of the Syracuse Bread Company in a cutesy gendered pun. Though the personified Clean Maid was a girl in traditional Dutch dress, she urged her exhausted customers to cast aside their bread pans as they had their looms and hand-dipped candles, in short, to be modern, stop baking. A little bit more on the dark side here. Though not at all modern, Betsy Ross was synonymous with patriotic domesticity. However, the naming of this brand was likely a nod toward the prevalent nativistic ideologies of the period, which included Pure Foods advocates sometimes associating food impurities with perceived racial and ethnic impurities. The Northern European dress of the Clean Maid was likely also a subtle reference to these sentiments. In 1922, the General Bacon Company acquired Syracuse Bread Company. The company's signature brand was Bond Bread, which remained the flagship product of General Bacon Company for decades, and its name was emblazoned at the top of its newly acquired Syracuse Bread Company factory. Throughout the later 1920s and 1930s, the smooth, streamlined modern aesthetic associated with progress and technology was applied to bread production. Loaves were redesigned from chubby blocks with bulging tops and irregularities that were reassuringly homemade in appearance to long, smooth loaves evoking the perfection made possible by technology. Bond Bread marketed this new loaf aesthetic with high-tech aeronautic imagery. Bread marketing became even more important during the mid-20th century as Bond, Wonder, and other breads were more or less indistinguishable in their white, streamlined, sliced appearance. In the late 1960s, Bond Bread and its white bread competitors began to lose their appeal as interest in whole-grained bread rose. The declining sales of Bond Bread led to the closure of the 58-year-old Syracuse Bread Company factory in 1971. The building was subsequently purchased by Cooper Decorations, which occupied the building into the early 21st century. Syracuse Bread Company factory is being nominated as part of a commercial tax credit process, with Part 1 previously approved in October 2021. The nomination has received a letter of support from the Syracuse Landmark Preservation Board.
Questions or comments about Syracuse bread? I like the social history sort of elements in the write-up, you know, where you've got a nice documentation of the shift between sort of household level production and industrial scale production, what it took to get people to sort of accept that. And one of those tactics was uninvited inspection by housewives. I thought that was an interesting quote. I can tell you, kids today are not in favor of uninvited inspection of anything. And yeah, white bread killed by wheat bread in the 1960s. Very interesting. Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
This is
Jennifer
Carol.
Lemack.
Go ahead. Jennifer, go ahead.
Jennifer first, Carol second. Any opposed or abstaining? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent. On to Schenectady.
And the last one from me today is the Elmer Avenue School in Schenectady County. The Elmer Avenue School is significant under Criterion A, in the area of education, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture for its association with the development of Schenectady's public school system, and as an intact representative example of a school building constructed to standardize school design principles of the early and mid 20th century in the neoclassical and international styles, respectively. The period of significance for the Elmer Avenue School is 1905 to 1968, which begins with the school's original date of construction, includes its 1908 expansion, and ends with the mid-century addition of a new wing in 1968. Next slide, please. Constructed in 1905, Elmer Avenue School is rectangular in form and measures approximately 19 feet from north to south and 90 feet from east to west. Its 1968 rear wing, also rectangular in form, measures approximately 130 feet east to west and 90 feet from north to south. The original school is three-story masonry building with a raised basement. The primary elevation of the building faces Elmer Avenue and displays the most ornate detailing found on the exterior of the building. The 1968 addition is a steel frame two-story brick building. The primary elevation of the addition faces Eastern Avenue and displays such notable features as horizontal massing and ribbons of continuous windows on the first and second floors. Next slide. Interior finishes and materials in the original portion of the building predominantly reflect the early 20th century, including plaster and brick walls and wood and terrazzo floors, and paneled and glazed wood doors. Some classrooms and office spaces retain built-in storage cabinets and shelving. The school's original auditorium space is on the third floor and takes up 2/3 of the center of the floor. The original wood-paneled bow-fronted stage is located at the western end of the room with a set of 2 wood steps to either side leading down to the seating level. A deep plaster architrave with keystone wraps the stage and acts as the proscenium. A typical classroom in the original portion of the school contains 1 to 2 large banks of windows and original chalkboards with original wood trim. In some of the classrooms, desks, sinks, and other fixtures remain. The building's library and offices are still present. The wing addition is typical of late 1960s school building in New York, containing original terrazzo floors, tile walls, and painted concrete block below a drop ceiling. Built-in wood cubbies with hooks for coats and open storage above line the hallways. The classrooms in the wing are all organized with one wall of windows with hopper sash and original slate windowsills. One wall containing wood cubbies and 2 walls of black chalkboards and tack boards, much of which remain intact. Each classroom has a bathroom with linoleum floor and painted concrete block walls, and either an individual or shared storage closet with built-in shelves. The double-height gymnasium occupies most of the north side of the wing. Next slide. In the early 20th century, large numbers of immigrants moved to Schenectady to work for Edison Machine Works, which would become GE, and the American Locomotive Company. Development began to expand eastward, and additional schools such as Elmer Avenue were built in outlying areas of the city to accommodate this new growth. Overcrowding became a serious problem in Schenectady schools in the late 1960s, and the school district embarked on a $7.5 million building program to address it in the late 1960s. A wing was added to the Elmer Avenue School in 1969 to expand the school to accommodate its burgeoning population. The original school building and wing are largely unaltered from the original design on both the interior and the exterior, and together retain almost all the original historic fabric. The Elmer Avenue School is being nominated as part of the commercial tax credit process, with Part 1 previously approved in May 2021 and Part 2 approved in September 2021. The nomination has received letters of support from the City of Schenectady's Historic District Commission, as well as the Mayor of Schenectady, Gary R. McCarthy. That's the Elmer Avenue School.
Thank you, James. Questions or comments about the Elmer Avenue School, Schenectady? Do I hear a motion to approve?
This is Jay, I'll move it.
Second?
This is Erica.
Thank you. Any opposed or abstain? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent. Thanks again, James. And all right, the next group is coming to Western New York, Jennifer Walkowski, the Brisbane building.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I have a group of 3 projects that have approved Part 1s for the commercial tax credit and have all come to us through the commercial rehabilitation program. So we'll start with the Brisbane building. It's significant as a sophisticated and large-scale example of an Italian Renaissance Revival style building located in the historic heart of downtown Buffalo's commercial core. Adjacent to Lafayette Square, one of the city's earliest public and civic squares, the Brisbane building is a prominent feature marking the commercial transformation of the area during the second half of the 19th century. It was designed in 1894 by architects Milton E. Beebe and Son and built for George Brisbane and James Mooney. The Brisbane building exhibits numerous architectural details that reflect its prominence as a major commercial and office location. Upon completion, the building was celebrated as, quote, an ornament of the city, and was the largest commercial building in Buffalo at the time it opened. Next slide. The Brisbane building is locally significant under Criterion A in the area of commerce and under Criterion C in the area of architecture. Like many of the buildings constructed in the area during the late 19th century, the Brisbane building was specifically designed to house multiple tenants, serving as a commercial anchor for the area. Perhaps the building is best known locally as the longtime home of the prominent Kleinhans department store. Founded by Edward and Horace Kleinhans in 1893, the company moved to the Brisbane building when it was completed in 1895. Initially specializing in men's clothing, the store expanded to include women and children's clothing and accessories as well. Kleinhans first occupied the entire Clinton Street front and later added second floor space as well. This anchored the building's commercial activity from its very beginning, making Kleinhans nearly synonymous with the Brisbane building. The store eventually expanded to about 54,000 square feet inside the building and was reputedly the largest men's clothing store in the country. The Kleinhans company branched out to other locations during the 20th century, but the Brisbane building remained the flagship store until the company closed in 1992. Next slide, please. The Brisbane building was a prominent downtown location and housed many significant stores and offices during the 19th and 20th centuries. While some alterations have been made to the building as spaces were built out for various tenants, the overall architecture and design of the building remains intact. Next slide. The original interior plan was designed to house multiple commercial spaces on the lower floors and multiple office spaces on the upper 5 floors. Circulation occurred horizontally through the building with an 18-foot 18-foot wide corridor on each floor. The upper floor offices were occupied by many of Buffalo's most prominent architectural firms and attorneys, and they continue to house a variety of companies today. The period of significance begins with the start of construction in 1894 and ends at the 50-year mark in 1972 as the building has continued to function according to its original design intention throughout the present day. So this is the Brisbane building. Are there any questions on this project?
Questions or comments about Brisbane? Well, I'll make a motion to approve it for sure. Do I have a second?
I'll second. This is Wynn.
Thank you, Wint. Any opposed or abstaining? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent.
So the J.W. Ruger and Deck Brothers building is being nominated under Criterion A in the area of industry for its association with two important companies that were innovators in the type of machines that they designed and produced. The J.W. Ruger Company and the J.W. Ruger Company and the Deck Brothers. Specifically, the J.W. Ruger Company became known for its many patents for machinery used in the baking industry and in gas and gasoline engine designs, while Deck Brothers produced patented water valves and polishing and finishing machines. These two businesses were among the earliest to manufacture custom machinery in the city, and they remained in operation at this site until the mid-20th century. Next slide. The company had origins as the Queen City Iron Works owned by James S. Ruger in Rochester before he relocated it to Buffalo around 1860. James S. Ruger's sons, James W. and Augustus, worked at the family business until James W. took over the company and renamed it the J.W. Ruger and Company in 1867. The first section of the building was constructed for Ruger's fledgling business around 1868. J.W. Ruger and Company specialized in the manufacture of bread, cracker, and biscuit machinery. With a foundry, machine shop, and pattern storage room at the facility on Chicago Street, the company designed and produced several types of baking equipment, including mechanical reel ovens, biscuit molds, and cracker cutters. The company exhibited some of its products at the 1877 Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia, winning awards for its cracker cutting machine and snap machine, which were, quote, commended for the ingenuity and fitness for its intended use to give a good appearance to snaps, crackers, and cakes. Next slide. The company continued to manufacture and develop patents for the bakery and later the gas engine industries, and continued to expand and grow the building at 222 Chicago Street until 1925. At that time, following James W. Ruger's death in 1924, the company was dissolved and the building was sold to Deck Brothers, a brass foundry and finishing company with a similarly long industrial history in the city. The period of significance begins circa 1868 when the J.W. Ruger Company constructed and moved its offices and manufacturing business into the brick building, and ends in 1954 when the Deck Brothers merged with Kellner and Rogers Machine and Welding Corporation and really ceased independent operation. Next slide. Despite some alteration, the J.W. Ruger and Deck Brothers building retains sufficient integrity to the essential physical features of its type, the small-scale industrial building, to convey the significance of the two significant companies that worked there. The building was still used as a manufacturing building and offices into the 2010s. Consistent with the history of constructing ancillary additions to meet functional needs, the company constructed a concrete block addition to the west in the 1990s and an attached steel frame warehouse to the south in 1975, which are both non-historic, but in keeping with the general industrial character of the building. So this is the J.W. Ruger and Deck Brothers building. Are there any questions on this one?
Do you know what the adaptive reuse plan is?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, if I had to take a stab in the dark, it would probably be apartments.
Yeah.
But I don't know that, I haven't heard from the consultant on that.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Questions or comments from the board? Do I hear a motion to approve?
It's Carol, I'll move it.
It's
Do I hear a
Erica, I'll second.
Carol and Erica, any abstaining or opposed? There being none, it passes by unanimous consent. BS 75.
Sorry, I had the interior there. My bad. Go to the next slide. Buffalo Public School number 75 is locally significant as an intact example of a standardized school in the Elmsley neighborhood of Buffalo, designed by prominent school architect Ernest Crimmy. Located at 57 Howard Street, the former elementary school was constructed in 1925 in a neoclassical style. The building is an example of standardized school design in Buffalo, reflecting statewide and national public educational reforms in the early 20th century. The building's design met those standards so well that the building's architect, Ernest Crimmy, replicated the design for several other schools within the city of Buffalo, some of which we have looked at before for other projects. So the school's construction reflects the rapid growth of the city of Buffalo and the Elmsley neighborhood in the post-World War I era. The boom led to a shortage of educational buildings, creating a need for repeatable design elements and rapid construction. Next slide. PS 75 was one of 24 new schools and 26 additions to existing schools built by the Buffalo School District between 1919 and 1929. These schools prioritized safety using fireproof construction and sanitation. While many guidelines related to school design were disseminated in the late 19th century, it was not until 1904 that these laws related to the layout, interior spaces, and circulation patterns in schools were passed. These laws resulted in more uniform school designs across New York State, and PS 75 reflects many of the prevailing guidelines of this era. Next slide. These new guidelines dictated the layout, required space, and circulation patterns, which can be seen in PS 75 as staircases located in each corner of the building for fire safety, dedicated auditorium and gymnasium spaces, and well-lit and ventilated classrooms. Next slide. Ernest Crimmy's work on PS 75 clearly incorporated these standards of design. The 30-room school features decentralized hallways to provide safer conditions during a fire evacuation. Stairs leading directly to exits at each corner provided necessary supplemental egress in the event of fire. It conforms to the height limitation of 2 floors above the ground level, and classrooms are arranged along exterior walls so as to be lit by a single side by large paired windows. The few classrooms located in the building's interior were lit by the courtyard windows so that they too received ample natural light. So the period of significance for Public School 75 extends from 1975 to 1925 to 1926, which encompasses the original period of construction. The building remained an active school until 1978 and has been pretty much abandoned since then. So the building is physically in poor condition, yet it remains largely as Ernest Crimmy originally designed it, with much of the plan and fabric intact. And I do think we have the consultant who prepared the nomination on the call. We have Emily Dominiani. Emily, did you want to say a few words? Emily, I think you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
I heard something.
Yeah.
Hear this?
There you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So this is part of a tax credit project, and the project is finishing up soon. So I just wanted to quickly say some of the highlights of the project. This will be apartments, affordable housing. It's actually veterans affordable housing, and it will provide 47 units. As you can see in this, many of the classroom doors will be retained. The built-in closets in the classrooms, many of the chalkboards will be kept, and the main auditorium space and proscenium will be preserved. If anyone has any other additional questions, I'm happy to answer those.
It's nice to hear that it's going to be affordable housing specifically for veterans, did you say?
Yep.
That's great. That's a great project. A nice adaptive reuse. Other questions or comments about PS 75? Do I hear a motion to approve?
Sorry, I'm always late clicking. I just want to ensure that people realize, for instance, if we're talking about doors with glazing as the doors into apartments, that might be a building code issue. So I just want to point that out.
What do you mean by doors with glazing? Like with those windows the way they are?
Well, I'm looking at the picture there, the one in the upper right corner. If someone said they'll be keeping the doors into the classrooms. If those
Yeah.
doors have glass in them, that's an issue if there's going to be, if these are dwelling units in terms of having
Interesting.
fire rated doors.
Another good code comment.
Sorry.
They are.
No, they're great.
They were
It's
modified they were modified to meet code. The glazing in the door itself.
Okay, that, as long as it meets code, because there is a variance process for codes if that needs to be investigated. But you know, there is a requirement to preserve the fire separation between a fire hallway for an exit stair versus the apartments themselves. So just throwing that out there. Sorry to dash people's hopes and dreams, as my family tells me
I don't think it's quite that bad. Other questions or comments or a motion to approve?
It's Carol, I'll move it.
Fantastic. Do I hear a second?
It's Wayne, I'll second.
Thank you, Wayne. Any opposed or abstaining? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, and thank you, Emily.
Yes, moving to Kat LaFranc and our final two nominations in Albany County.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have two nominations that I've inherited from James Finelli, and this one I've had a lot of involvement in. The second one, not so much. This is the residence at 475 Loudon Road in Albany County. And I'm probably going to change the name of this one to Turner Farmhouse, because now that I've gotten into it, that seems a more appropriate name. This is also a tax credit project with an approved PDIL. And the nomination was actually prepared by Lee Pinckney. And Lee actually worked in this office many years ago. I don't know if Wint may remember him, but I do. And the owner, Michelle Dinsmore, I hope is still on the call, and I'm going to ask her if she wants to say anything after the presentation. And like the Mark Farmhouse, which you may remember James presenting at the last meeting, this really should have been nominated as part of the Town of Colony multiple resource area in 1985, and I'm not sure why they missed it, but it is best understood in that context of the Town of Colony. The Turner Farmhouse is significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a rare and intact example of early 19th century Greek Revival domestic architecture in the Town of Colony, Albany County. Believed to have been constructed in 1832, the building is one of very few remaining examples of an early Greek Revival farmhouse in this once rural town, which is now a heavily suburbanized commercial and residential hub just outside of Albany. The two-story wood frame building with broad front gable roof, wide frieze, projecting cornice, corner pilasters, and slightly recessed one-story side wing embodies the overall form and decoration typical of the style, which was the most common choice for mid-century middle-class rural dwellings in the region in this period. In reviewing the 1985 multiple property document and discussing this house with the town historian, we were able to find only a few surviving examples of this building type and style, although they were probably numerous at the mid-19th century. And given the ongoing development pressures in the Town of Colony, the survival of this farmhouse is especially significant. Let's have the next slide. Okay, so let's just look at the house quickly. The one-story wing right behind the main section was probably added shortly after construction. And then the next slide. And then there are 2 wings on the rear added in the mid-1970s that incorporate a former porch. And then on the interior, next, the basic plan and numerous historic details such as the stair, the newel, windows, doors, moldings, etc. survive. However, I have to tell you, this house was very full, and when James went to see it, it was very difficult to photograph, so I don't have too many. So let's see the next slide. On the left, that photo is within the 1-story wing. However, that chimney is not original. And then the right one shows that is within the 2nd floor bedroom. You can see the window and door. And then the next slide, please. That lovely door there is midway up the stair, and it provides entrance into the attic over the 1-story wing. And then the image on the right shows the framing inside that wing. Next. More interesting than the house almost, the Turner farmhouse is also significant under Criterion A in the area of settlement for its relationship to 18th and 19th century patterns of settlement and land development in the town of Colony. The residence was constructed on the Turner farm, one of about 3,000 tenant farms within the Dutch colonial patroonship of Rensselaerwyck around the turn of the 18th century. And as you know, the patroon system was New York's feudal land tenure system in which farmers were leased to settlers for long periods of time in return for payment in crops and labor. This small parcel was part of a 99-acre farm leased to Peter Turner in 1799 by Stephen Van Rensselaer III, who was the last patroon. While the original 18th century farmhouse and barn on the property do not survive, it is believed that the basement of the small side wing incorporates a part of an earlier house, perhaps even the original house. The nominated house was most likely built by Peter's son, Solomon Turner, who inherited the lease after his father's death in 1832. Next slide. This is my favorite slide. And Kathy, would you find the blue dot there? Okay, so the location of the Turner farm is marked by a blue dot on this 1850 map. And the heavy line running across the middle of the slide is Route 9, which runs north-south, Loudon Road. And then the road running east from the farm, which is towards the bottom of the map, meets the land of the Albany Rural Cemetery. You can see that it's marked cemetery. And beyond that, if you follow that line down towards the bottom of the map, you can see the Erie Canal, the Patroon's Farm, which is marked, and the Schuyler Estate, Schuyler Flats, and even the Watervliet Arsenal a little bit farther up. And so this really gives you a very good idea of the mid-19th century landscape in the town of Colony. And if you live around here, you'll know this is quite different today. When Solomon Turner himself died in 1837, he left life tenancy to his wife and a portion of the farm to his niece. However, Stephen Van Rensselaer IV leased the same farm to another tenant, illustrating one of the problems with the tenant system which was that the tenants lacked ownership control over their own farms. And it wasn't until the system collapsed a few years later that the Turners were able to get clear title to their land, subdivide it, and sell it. So next slide. In the later 19th century, the Turner farmhouse can be interpreted within Colony's second important theme, which was suburban development. Wealthy Albany families began to move to Loudon Road to escape the city, either building large-scale Victorian-era summer homes or adapting the region's earlier farmhouses with picturesque embellishments. And well, you can see there were some on this farmhouse. There were some denticulation. There were some scroll-sawn brackets added to the porch, a new door hood, a few things like that. And several such families purchased and lived in the Turner farmhouse. And next slide. And eventually these vacation homes became part of a bedroom community or suburb of Albany. And by 1858, the Turner farm itself had been reduced to 28 acres, and it was further reduced twice in the early 20th century. The house has occupied only a small 2-acre parcel for the last 50 years. Fortunately, the building still retains a wooded, somewhat secluded setting, and its site is fairly sheltered from the ongoing development currently encroaching on the town's historic resources. So, Michelle, do you want to say anything? No? Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, would you like to say something?
Kathleen, I think you're an excellent presenter, and is what I wanted to just say thank you. I've really actually enjoyed this entire presentation, and because I'm a geek, and I think this building is a unicorn for where it is and what it is, and I hope you guys like it too. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions about the Turner farmhouse? Between this and the Mark farmhouse, they're both really special properties in the town, and we have a lot of enthusiasm from the town historian as well.
That's great.
Kath, this is Wint. One of the recent owners, according to the nomination, was Professor Toff of the State University.
Yes.
I suspect that his wife was the very eminent Ruth Kessler Toff, who for 20 years was Solicitor General of the state of New York. A 20-year run in that job is a record breaker.
Michelle, can you answer that?
Well, Professor Hans Tuck, that is my father. I grew up here at this house. My mother is actually Lise Tuck, who passed away about 10 years ago. My father just passed last year at 91, criminologist and world-renowned criminologist, but married to Lise Turgeon from Canada.
I see.
But your father was a Holocaust survivor, is that right?
Yes, and the house is full of really wonderful antiques that go along with it, but that's why she had problems with photos.
I didn't visit this. James Finelli and Bill Prattinger visited, so I got to know it through the research. A lot of excellent research, I will say.
Other questions or comments?
This is Erica. Is there any plan to reconstruct that side porch?
Michelle?
That's something we're actually considering, or we've walked through with actually your folks, in plans. Because I'm actually in amidst of a town variance thing here in Colony to try to protect this from being chopped into 4.
And I will say that Lee found 2 of those octagonal columns in the garage. Is that right? Lee sent me pictures of 2 of those columns that survive.
I think we're undecided if it's 1 or 2, but there's definitely some pieces of all sorts of things around here, that I think I'm hoping to reattach to where they belonged.
There's a mantle as well, but we're not sure that came from this house, but the column definitely did because we can see it in the picture. So.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve?
This is Eric.
Well, this is Wint.
Wint jumped in there first. He's got the first. Do I have a second?
This is Jennifer. I will second it.
Is anyone opposed or abstaining? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent.
Thank you. Okay, and last, this is the Beatty Machine Works, and it's really hard not to say this is a sweet little industrial building. And I would say that it was located only a mile or so from us in Cohoes, if we were actually in Cohoes. But instead, I will say that it's located up the hill from Peebles Island in a turn-of-the-century residential neighborhood in Cohoes. And this is a completed investment tax credit project, so it also has a approved PDIL. And the folks from Preservation Studios are not on the call today, but I would like to compliment Karen Kennedy on a really excellent draft. The Beatty Machine Works was constructed in 1896 and is significant under Criterion A in the area of industry for the company's contributions to regional and national textile manufacturing. It is also significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a typical example of period industrial design using the principles of mill construction. So next slide, let's just look at the architecture first. Although it's a small scale building, it was constructed using the same principles that we've seen in any number of large factories. That is load-bearing brick walls, slow-burning heavy timber framing, and large windows to provide light. The other important consideration was fire doors, and in this building, the tower was used for offices, and fire doors separated those offices from the factory space. And I just want to note here that the tower has lost one story, which is the building's most significant alterations. The first floor was devoted to machine and assembly space, and it also housed the large steam-powered engine and the blacksmith shop. The second floor was the stock room, and then next slide. The attic with its monitor was also used for storage, and it has a truss ceiling to create more open space. Next slide. Although the building has been divided into apartments, and that is the tower. Next slide. Any surviving historic features were carefully preserved, and as you can see, next slide, a sense of open industrial space prevails throughout the building, and this is inside the attic space. This is a loft bedroom. Next slide. This building was also very nicely designed, featuring a pleasing pattern of windows and piers, decorative brick lintels, and a generous layer of corbelling. In terms of its history, the Beatty Company was tremendously important. Founded by machinist William Beatty, who built the factory in 1896, the building was substantially developed by his son, Walter Beatty, who took over in 1912. Beatty specialized in making precision parts for making collars. From winning medals at the Pan American Exposition in 1901, the company, especially under the younger Beatty, went on to develop numerous innovative machines that revolutionized the collar and cuff industry. A folding machine, adjustable patterns, automatic collar turning machines, machines for pointing collars, all things that were formerly done by hand could now be done more efficiently by machine. By 1936, Beatty had 36 patents, several of which were so good they were stolen by his competitors. Like many industrialists, Beatty turned to the production of weapons during World War I, and during that period, the factory was open 24 hours a day to meet the need. The post-Beatty years began after Walter Beatty's death in 1941 with new owner William Dunnigan, who was more of an efficiency expert than an inventor. Under Dunnigan, the company again manufactured equipment for the war effort, and Beatty was one of 11 co-host companies that contributed to the Troy Industrial Salvage Committee, which supplied nearly 500,000 tons of salvage to the war effort. Dunnigan also ventured into the manufacture of chemical weapons and followed that line through the Korean War, and I'm not sure that the good citizens of Cohoes knew that they were making flamethrowers in this nice residential neighborhood. He remained an industry leader through the general decline in post-war regional industry until the company was sold until 1968, which marks the end of the period of significance. Any questions about the Beatty Machine Works? We all kind of wanted to live here after we saw these nice apartments.
Yeah, it really is a great building. Questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
This is Carol. I'm happy to move it.
Fantastic. In a second?
This is Erica. Happy to
Two.
second.
Thank you. Any opposed or abstaining? There being none, the motion carries by unanimous consent.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kath. That takes us to the end of the National Register nominations. I believe there is a new business agenda item here in the next time slot. Do people have items of new business that they'd like to bring to our attention?
Yes, this is Kathy Howe. Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone and if Wayne is there, he could add to this. Of course, the New York State Preservation Conference is coming up. It's going to be held in Syracuse, September 22nd to the 24th at the historic Marriott downtown. And, you know, I encourage any of you to sign up and attend the conference. We do this every year. The Landmark Society helps coordinate, working with us and other our preservation partners, in this case in Syracuse. Wayne, did you want to add anything to that?
First of all, thanks for mentioning that, Kathy. No, we're delighted to be the facilitator, but I would just certainly offer that we can't do this without all of our partners in this. So thank you to all of our partners for making this happen. And just the fact that we're delighted to finally be able to participate in an in-person conference, and we are looking forward to being in Syracuse. Thank you.
That was September 22nd to 24th, did you say?
That's correct. And if you go to the landmarksociety.org/conference, you can learn more about the speakers and the agenda and sign up.
Excellent.
It'd be
So
great
that's 2
to
weeks.
get everybody back together. So
2 weeks from today.
yeah, wow. Okay, coming up fast.
Yes, coming up fast.
The other thing I did want to bring up just very briefly, our next meeting is Thursday, December 8th. We, of course, don't know at this point if it's going to be in person or virtual. We're hoping it will be in person. The location to be determined, it'll either be here or someplace in Albany. And the other thing I wanted to say in conjunction with that, we would, if all goes well, we hope to have our annual Historic Preservation Award ceremony following that State Review Board meeting on that day, on December 8th. So just want to make sure everyone to keep that in mind. And then at that meeting, at our State Review Board meeting, we'll then set the calendar dates for next year. That's going to be an important thing. So encourage everyone. I know some people, like Carol, had a class, and so keep in mind, maybe look at your calendars. Some of you have busy engagements, teaching engagements. So kind of come with your calendar so we can decide if we're going to continue meeting, you know, the second Thursday quarterly, or if there's some other schedule or day that you want to go with. Daniel, did you have anything to add? No? Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kathy. That's really good info. Anyone else want to make an announcement or have any new business to report? I have a brief announcement. This Wednesday, the 14th, in Niagara Falls State Park, there's a small section of that park that's currently known as Heritage Park that has a nice gazebo in it. It's across the street from the Red Coach Inn. That small Heritage Park on Wednesday is going to be renamed and rededicated as the Cataract House Hotel Park in recognition of the former Cataract House, which burned in the 1940s and is not readable on the landscape today, but which occupied that entire city block and was really one of the most important and most prominent stops on the Underground Railroad in the city of Niagara Falls. The Free Black Wait staff worked with surgical precision to help slaves get from Niagara Falls, New York to Canada, using that as a base of operations. And I've been involved in archaeology work in that park for the last many years, and work and the book that we're going to write about that has served for some of the impetus for the renaming of that park. So I'm proud of that, and it's a OPRHP State Parks thing, and there's going to be a press conference with some of the local folks, you know, Mark Mistretta and Niagara Region Parks people involved in the rededication of that Cataract House Hotel Park. Any other comments? Announcements? All right, the next thing on our agenda is adjournment. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
This is Carol, so moved.
And a second?
I'll second. This is Wind.
All in favor of adjourning? Anyone opposed or abstained? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everyone. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
And
Bye.
just
Take care.
noticing somebody did put it in the chat that it's been announced that Queen Elizabeth passed away
Oh,
this afternoon.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Bye, everyone.
David will
Bye.
put it in. Thank you. Bye-bye.